that most people in the West now think about their leadership. Take a look. You know, the cat is out of the bag. There's no way they're going to be able to sweep this under the carpet. There's no way they're going to get away with this. And the other thing I want you to watch is this clip about the Talmud, because I think most people are also now aware of this, which is like cattle, non-Jews. Now, here's the thing I want people to understand. The Talmud is not Jewish. It's Babylonian. These are the ancient enemies of the Jews. It has nothing to do with Judaism, okay? And only 12% of Jews go to the synagogue every week. And those are the ones you got to be suspicious of, okay? 50% or more than 50% of Jews never go to synagogues and have nothing to do with this. So we don't want to be put together with these people, because it's not the same. They're the ancient enemies of the Jews. Having said that, I'm not circumcised, but a lot of Jews are, and that, if you read the real Babylonian history, is a sign of a slave people. It's a ritual castration to show these people are slaves. Okay, so a lot of the Jews are slaves just as they think the Western peoples are slaves. And we're trying to liberate humanity from this satanic cult, and I'm pretty sure it's going to happen, and probably sooner rather than later, because the U.S. military is not taking their orders anymore, okay? Maybe the media is full of stuff about Iran, even though, you know, the vast majority of us couldn't give a damn about Iran and certainly don't want to start a war with them. You know, although I'd love to visit as a tourist, there's a lot of stuff to see there. But, you know, they're trying very, very hard to start World War III because they know that they are in very deep trouble. They're not going to get away with it this time. There's no way. I mean, the truth is coming out everywhere. Here's another example I wanted to show. This is, in this following clip, we have Anne Frank's sister. Okay, this is the famous Anne Frank from Anne Frank's diary that was supposedly written with a ball pen, even though ball pens were invented after World War II, but whatever. She is saying that the videos we're all shown of the Holocaust are fake, and that there's no snow when there should have been snow. And anyway, listen to her. She was there, all right? So she knows better than us. So I'm gonna, you know, avoid the subject of concentration camps any further than that. But the fact is that World War II was a mass slaughter of Russians, Chinese, Polish, Germans, and non-satanic Jews. And that is something we must not forget. And I think most of it was people being lined up against ditches and shot with machine guns, not gassed or anything like that. Okay? Is that they're still doing it. And so, okay, listen to this Ukrainian Canadian speak. His family is right on the border with the Russians. Listen to what he has to say. So, we were filled with news reports about the Ukrainians fighting against the Russian mercenary company Wagner, right? And what was happening was they were rounding up Ukrainian men and sending them to certain areas. And then they would phone Wagner and give them the artillery coordinates. This is a genocide of Ukrainian men that was taking place now, not 80 years ago. And the reason is because they want to remove these people from the land so they can create another Khazarian kingdom there. This is happening now. This is not happening 80 years ago. And the Russians, I have connections with Russian government officials, and they say Wagner has nothing to do with them. It's not a Russian company. They work with Zelensky, and they all report to the Rothschild family. Okay? Their name appears 12,000 times in the Epstein papers, and Epstein says he works for the French Rothschilds. This is the De Rothschilds, and they're not the same as the British Rothschild, okay? They're not the same people. They were opposed to each other over the plan to kill 90% of humanity. So please remember that. It's the De Rothschild. It's the French and Swiss branches that are behind the World Economic Forum, that are behind, and they've just been caught trying to, you know, smuggle a nuclear weapon into Ukraine to once again start World War III. We don't want that to happen, okay? And they're still also trying to start World War III with Iran. Take a look at this clip from the U.S., I guess it's Congress.
I believe, Mr. Chair, that we just got a notification that the State Department is actually funding a new program to, I guess, with Starlink. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of the State Department, but what I would share is that we've been investing in communication tools over years that allow for information to be sent into Iran even when internet connectivity is blocked. We specifically began supporting the deployment, the operation of about 200 Starlinks early on.
All right, you know what? I'm going to interrupt you. We better not talk about it. Okay, so what
it shows is that these Starlink terminals that were sent into Iran were sent by the State Department, not by the U.S. military. So the people who were trying to start this war with Iran were unable to get the U.S. military to fight on behalf of Israel. Israel no longer controls the U.S. military. This is important because that means that we're now in a position to round these people up and stage war crimes tribunals, which is what we need to do. This needs to be public, and the whole world needs to see that these people are never, ever again being, be allowed to put in positions of power because they are very evil and they think we're subhuman. And we have to remove all the people who were blackmailed by these criminals from positions of power. It's no coincidence that Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, Friedrich Merz, of the Chancellor of Germany, the fake Trump, and Macron in France are the least popular leaders in the history of their nations. That's because they are all Rothschild slaves. And a huge percentage of the Chinese population. And the Chinese are not going to forget that. I've heard that action is being taken to take that clan down and out. And it's going to happen. There's no way we're going to let these people continue anymore. Well, the Epstein files showed that they tortured and murdered kids on an industrial scale, and they're being actively. This is not something where we just sit back and say, "Oh, gee, too bad." The other thing is, of course, we have to remove their control of the mega corporations. That's the key. Otherwise, everything we're seeing on the internet is still going to be censored by these scumbags, and then they're going to still use their celebrities to do things like try to force us to eat bugs. Take a look at this little clip of celebrities telling us to eat bugs. I have a confession to make. At one point, I thought it would be a good idea for us to eat bugs. And I have eaten bugs at food stalls in Thailand and in China. And some of them actually taste pretty good. But the fact is that our ancestors faced many times of famine, and if they could have eaten bugs, they would have. But the fact is, bugs have chitin, which is not, we can't tolerate that. If we eat too much, we'll get sick. So that's why we don't eat bugs. But, they were trying to get us to eat bugs, and they were very expensive. And this is the sort of thing they do. They use their celebrities to try to foist whatever agenda it is they have. And then, of course, they also, have all these politicians that they lured into Epstein Island and, then blackmailed. And here's one. I'm very disappointed, but listen to Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, suck up to Israel in this clip here.
On October 7, we feel your pain. We share your grief.
Well, he was on Epstein Island, and he's betraying India because he's being blackmailed. I can see another explanation for this behavior, and I expect that he's not going to be in power much longer. That's my best guess, because that's not what the Indian people want or voted for. So, things are going to happen. And the other thing, and I'm going to stay neutral on this, but I've been told by British intelligence that Prince Andrew, who was arrested famously in all the newspapers, was arrested based on a fabricated photograph, and that the media companies who reported his arrest are going to face billions of dollars in lawsuits. Okay? I don't know the truth. Personally, I think he probably did go to the island and do bad things, but he's lower down in the totem pole. What we really need to go after are the higher-ups, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. And I know that today Hillary Clinton, Rockefeller, Hitler, of that bloodline, is testifying in enclosed hearings, and hopefully these hearings will show the video clip of her. And also, I'm hoping that they will uncover, while extracting money by, forcing them to take radiation. And these people are beyond evil, and their control of the Fortune 500 companies needs to be taken away ASAP. The same with the Rothschilds. They must be removed from control of the world's central banks. And now that the Chinese New Year's is about to end, I will personally be lobbying for a new Bretton Woods conference to completely reboot the international financial system, to take it away from the control of these Satanists and give it back to the people. And this needs to be public. I was offered like a $50 trillion or a bond, and suddenly I'd be like the richest man on earth, richer than Elon Musk. But that's not how it should be done. It's got to be public. It's got to be, for the people and by the people and owned by the people. And this requires a big public conference. And we need to right now, the system we have in the West and in China makes us not have children. And it pays huge profits to pharmaceutical companies. And we need to hire experts. We need to have lots of discussion, and then we need to go through trial and error to figure out what works. But the basic agreement is that from now on, our purpose as a species is to increase the amount and variety of life, and that includes human lives. So more babies, more plants, more animals, more trees, more fish. That's what we should be working towards, and that's the big goal of this conference, that hopefully we will be able to start in March. But let us see. When we see these last puppet rulers fall, then we'll know it's ready. And I'll be pushing, every lever I can. I'll be calling every person I know to try to make this happen. And I'd like all my listeners to try to do the same. Let's make it happen. Let's set up a new system that actually works for the planet. Okay, well, let me just check my notes first. I was given information that the Chinese have been impregnating lots of blonde women to create long-term sleeper agents in the United States. I find that credible. I've been told before that most of the students at the Japanese military academy ended up marrying Chinese women without knowing it. And this is the sort of thing they do. They take a long-term approach, but we don't want to replace a world controlled by the Khazarian mafia with one controlled by Chinese secret societies. We want this to be for the whole planet, and that means a multipolar world. So that's the other thing. The Khazarian mafia have been trying to say, hey, we'll hand it over everything to you if you just protect us, and we don't want that either. And I'm pretty sure most Chinese don't want it either. But we have to be careful, and we have to be wary. Okay, but the truth is how we're going to be able to keep this planet safe. The truth is going to set us free, and that is what's going to happen. The truth will set us free, and that's coming out now. The truth about Epstein is setting us free. The truth about the secret rulers is setting us free, and the truth about the mega corporations is all coming out, and we're going to change it. Let's all push. Let's make it happen. Okay, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. World Liberty Financial, 49% owned by the UAE, has backed a stablecoin that is backed by U.S. Treasuries, and Binance controls about 87% of USD1. Trump's son claims that USD1 will save and upgrade the dollar, but this seems like linguistic tongue twister trickery. Is a way to replace the dollar. In less than 18 months now, this coin is now listed as number 20 on the coin market cap, despite recent attacks by folks who see the danger in this backdoor. Do you and the Dragon Society support this, or is this just a fintech project done by the fake Trump?
This is definitely not supported by anyone serious. The UAE is a rogue state, and actually I'd like to say something about the UAE. They're the host to Telegram, and Telegram puts out all sorts of fake sites that rip off my work. They have people who impersonate me and try to sell people, fraudulent cryptocurrency products. And no matter how many times we complain to Telegram, they don't take them down. And that's the UAE is responsible. So we're going to personally make the ruling family of the UAE, pay for this. And anything coming out of that country is not to be trusted. The UAE needs to have that whole ruling family removed because they've been working with the Satanists. It's obvious through all their actions. So stay away from there. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You failed to mention Trump's Board of Peace, which was approved by the UN, that now has 60 countries or so participating. Also, unlike his predecessors, Trump hasn't started any new wars. He is certainly threatened as a bargaining tool. He also knows the American people are sick of all the wars we have started, so is very unlikely to involve us in an actual ground war. Another thing is that it would be fantastic if the Iranian mullahs went down. This wouldn't actually be just for Israel. Iran has supported terrorists, besides ruining the once very advanced country that Iran was before the radical Muslims ran it into the ground. Also, the Zionists wouldn't benefit from losing Iran as their boogeyman when Iran falls back into the hands of Iranian people. The Zionists would need to come up with another excuse. Trump and the White Hat Alliance won't put up with the Zionist warmongers for much longer. What are your thoughts on this, as well as on the real Trump?
Okay, well, first of all, for years, they've been coming up with a story how about Iran's going to have nuclear weapons within a few months. They've been saying that for more than 30 years. And they'd escalate tensions, and then they would say, oh no, everything's going to calm down. And the oil price would shoot up and then shoot down. And each time, the Rothschilds would pay bribe money to the Iranians and the Israelis to keep this charade going. So there is a faction in Iran that is part of this scam to fool us all into World War III. But I've been in touch with Iranian officials, and their government is onto this now, and they're not going to let Iran be used as a foil with Israel to start World War III. And the other thing is, I don't think Iran is falling apart. I've seen pictures. It looks pretty prosperous to me. I'd have to go myself to visit, but I think that it's been put up as a much more of a boogeyman than it really is. Apparently the women don't have to wear veils or anything like that, but I don't know. I'm not an expert, but I do know that the Iranian officials I contact tell me that they're on to this attempt to start World War III, and they're not going to let it happen. So that's a good thing. And as far as Donald Trump is concerned, like I say, I have a U.S. Space Force sources and I have Pentagon sources, and they used to tell me the real Trump was hiding in Mount Cheyenne Mountain, or else is at the Pituvik Air Force Base, but he has not been seen since June of last year. And the one we're seeing now is an obvious fake, and he's obviously having a mental breakdown. I agree with what the original Trump was trying to do, and I support him, and I hope he comes back, but I haven't been able to get contact, and we've been trying and failing to get any sort of communications with the real Trump, unfortunately. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you believe that Ghislaine Maxwell is actually currently in jail, or have they replaced her, quote, in jail person with a body double, and is she free roaming around?
I'm pretty sure she's free and roaming around because she has the goods on all these people. And there's evidence that there's several different people playing the role of Ghislaine Maxwell. But I don't know for sure. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I find it curious that nobody in the alternative news venues like Alex Jones or others ever mention your ideas. I would really appreciate your insight into those venues because all of us are always exposed to so many information sources other than your reports. And honestly, your view is rather unique. Nobody mentions anything about a fake Trump. And even if they do describe certain portions of his actions to be out of character, are there other venues that you follow? People like Alex Jones have had a large amount of their, quote, conspiracy theories materialize into reality over the years. Why do you think he doesn't mention a fake Trump?
Well, Alex Jones is definitely controlled opposition. His name appears on the Epstein files, and he's what's known as a limited hangout. But there's certain subjects he avoids completely. For example, look, the thing about the fake Trump is not that hard to prove. If you see a picture of Trump standing next to a world leader, and they're the same height, when the original Trump was 6'3", and now we have one who's 5'8" or something, you can just look at the picture and see with your own eyes that he's a fake. He's not the same man. Look at the pictures. But why don't they mention it? I'll tell you why. If they do, they have to stick to a certain script. And unfortunately, people who have appeared with me, like Robert David Steele, and I've been told by other, I won't mention their names, but people who had me on, who have a big audience, and they couldn't have me on again. That's why they're what they're trying to do is channel the anger in a certain direction and limit the real information, but. If you want some real good information, like try Henry Mako, okay? He's Jewish, and he reveals all this stuff very thoroughly. That's one place I look at. The Rumor Mill newsroom has been slightly lobotomized recently, but they're still pretty good. I think they're connected to the Habsburg dynasty, and they've been helpful. They're Christian, and I think they've been victims of the same people. But the other thing to do is always read both sides of the story. So read the Iranian news and the Western news. Don't just read the Western news. Read the Russian news and the Western news, not just the Western news. And whatever they agree on is probably the truth. But, I also don't try to get interviews with people because, again, I don't want to put these people in danger until this is over. But we will take them down, and then it'll be everywhere. It'll be on all the big corporate news outlets. It's happening. It's already started. Even places like the Drudge Report are talking about Epstein. So it's going to end. But, you just have to ultimately look at the real world with your own eyes. And that's what I do. I'm a fact-based journalist. I have to be able to prove what I say in a court of law. And I don't do conspiracy theory. I do truth. And a lot of people aren't allowed to speak the truth. Next question.
Ben, we have our last question for today. If the United States had lost 3 obsolete aircraft carriers to hypersonic missiles, thousands of families would know back in the United States. They would be visible somewhere. And I'm against any Satanist U.S. military, which I think we all are, which would be about only 10% of the military if you are correct. But Ben, I can't believe these aircraft carriers are sunk. There's no public outcry about this. Do you think that this may have been incorrect?
No, I don't. When was the last time you saw the USS Eisenhower or Harry S. Truman or Nimitz in the news? It vanished from the news. They were all over the news, and then they vanished. So I did post videos of the destroyed Eisenhower, and I looked at sites of the families, and at first they said, "Oh, I haven't heard from my husband in weeks. Have you?" And then they all got shut down, their Facebooks and everything else. There's a complete media blackout. As context, after the Japanese lost the Battle of Midway and they lost a bunch of aircraft carriers, all the reporters who were on those with that flotilla were imprisoned to make sure that Japanese people didn't learn they'd lost so many aircraft carriers. And I'm pretty sure something similar is happening to the U.S. But anyway, those 3 aircraft carriers were all over the news, and now they've vanished from the news. U.S. aircraft carriers are obsolete sitting ducks, and if the U.S. military had any sense, they would mothball them all and reuse the steel for something more useful, like submarines. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note: President Trump has invoked Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution and declared the United States a sovereign nation under common law, no longer under the foreign-controlled corporate structure known as U.S. Incorporated. This marks the end of Admiralty law rule and the rebirth of the constitutional republic. Bombshell announcement: President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. And just as Trump declared us free of foreign control, on Thursday, March 5, 2026, a Mossad insider warned that there would be a false flag in America that would be worse than 9/LL and would hand Israel full control of the U.S. military. Evidently Israel was planning a dirty bomb false flag on U.S. soil, synchronized with a total cyber and communications blackout. The plan was to ignite the bomb, then pin it all on Iran and blow nations across the globe into World War III, all with the support of the mainstream media. President Trump appeared to be 3 chess moves ahead because also on Thursday, March 5, 2026, the global military alliance under Trump escalated the final phase of the plan to save the world. Maybe that's why Trump has always said that Israel would be last. Over 1 million troops have been deployed nationwide. Space Force was poised to override all TV, radio, internet screens worldwide. The emergency broadcast system was live worldwide and awaiting a final white hat go code. The new Starlink satellite system has executed total control of the global communication satellites. All deep state influence has been severed. U.S. Incorporated has been dissolved. Admiralty law was no more as common law sovereignty now reigns. 1 million white hat troops have locked down the nation. Space Force owns the heavens. Thursday, March 5, 2026 evening raids by the Global Military Alliance and local law enforcement were historic. Multiple high-value target extractions were now complete. Certain names you've heard for decades were no longer walking free. Their assets, frozen. Networks, dead. The cabal SWIFT central banking system was now dead. Legacy banks were only empty shells with no power. Bank Santander, Deutsche Bank, the Royal Bank of Scotland and other cabal-owned central banks were broke because of their practice of fractional reserve banking, banks lending money they don't actually have. The gold-backed quantum financial system roars fully operational across 209 nations as the only operational financial system on the planet. Every individual money account has been mirrored onto the new system as cabal banks evaporated in real time. The QFS takeover hits peak velocity, no more fiat chains, IRS wiped out, Federal Reserve Corps rotting in history's dustbin. Sovereign treasury fuels freedom with tariffs and sales tax replacing income slavery. Humanitarian and redemption funds were moving through secured military channels as we speak. The 10 days of darkness has officially started, a controlled silence before every device, TV, radio, internet, phone, goes dark. When light returns, every screen will show just one thing, the greatest reveal in history, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Saturday, March 7, 2026 update, Caitlin Hunter and Janine Larrick case. Janine Marie Larrick wants to go home. On February 23, 2026, I heard a knock at the door. These agents have terrorized Caitlin and I for 7 years of tyrannical abuse of power to judicially rape Caitlin and I, depriving us of our rights on a criminal cop assault for freedom of speech, and criminal RICO conspiracy cover-up. The retaliation and cover-up is insane and ongoing. Judge Williams has denied and stricken everything I put on the record, including discovery of Caitlin's neglect in Dayton. I could lose my childhood home since 1971, everything mom and dad worked for, including my son's and mother's final resting place. This would leave Judge David Bennett to probate the property if they continue their systemic abuse of power and tyranny. They need to honor my 8 illegal abuse rights and cease and desist, their fraudulent charges false warrant. YouTube at Ohio Justice Hunter. It's insane that I am being charged with obstruction of justice and interference of custody for saving and protecting Caitlin from years of CPS NIAP abuse, neglect and child trafficking. We both have waited for justice since February 11, 2019. They don't want us to testify, while they fabricate fraudulent juvenile records and false charges to cover up their crimes, 7 years proven crimes of RICO conspiracy with malicious intent to deprive us of our rights. See possible timing, Friday, March 6, 2026, Trump's epic return unleashes the greatest wealth transfer in history. The pedophiles, traitors and Satanists who preyed on innocents now face eternal reckoning. Patriots, hold the line, the best is yet to come. Trust the plan. Q God wins, Q on Telegram. On Thursday, March 5, 2026, the global military alliance under President Trump escalated to their final phase, with over 1 million troops deployed nationwide and Space Force poised to override all screens worldwide. The long-awaited storm surges forward as the deep state crumbles under the weight of their own evil. On Thursday, March 5, 2026, U.S. Incorporated dissolves common law sovereignty slams back, Admiralty fraud crushed forever. 1 million white hat troops lock down the nation, Space Force owns the heavens and the gold-backed quantum financial system roars fully operational across 209 nations, mirroring every Patriot account onto unbreakable ledgers while cabal banks evaporate in real time. The QFS takeover hits peak velocity, no more fiat chains, IRS wiped out, Federal Reserve Corpse rotting in history's dustbin. Sovereign Treasury fuels freedom with tariffs and sales tax replacing income slavery. From Thursday, March 5, 2026 forward, Tier 4B notifications explode. Live, sky-high redemptions pour through redemption centers only. Zim repatriates and dinar contracts detonate at elite rates as SWIFT dies and IMF disconnects permanently. Wealth floods humanitarian projects. The faithful who trusted the plan reap massive rewards while traitors watch their empires collapse. On Friday, March 6, 2026, EBS override imminent, Starlink satellite seize control from mainstream media puppets. On Friday, March 6, 2026, the quantum frequencies ignite first medbed prototypes in hidden alliance facilities as the restored republic surges forward under President Trump's unbreakable command. On Saturday, March 7, 2026, worldwide blackout begins, power grids flip to quantum energy. 10 days of darkness descend, stay indoors, stock food, water, cash, meds. Phones, TVs, internet silenced except for one unbreakable broadcast. Raw truth floods every device, revealing the stolen elections, child trafficking tunnels beneath cities, Vatican horrors, and the Fiat Ponzi scheme that enslaved humanity since 1913. The Great Awakening hits peak fury. Patriots rise as the veil tears. On Sunday, March 8, 2026, Quantum Financial System, QFS, fully ignites in 209 nations, gold-backed currencies replace worthless fiat. Nizar/Jazar activates, national debt swiped, mortgages zeroed, illegal taxes vanished, 15% flat sales tax only. Humanitarian funds pour out, Zim redemptions explode for projects that heal the world. Trump's sovereign treasury roars back, tariffs crush globalist leeches. No more Fed cabal control. On Wednesday, March 11, 2026, global streams unite humanity in the new era. Quantum internet reboots, free energy flows, world peace enforced for 1,000 years. The storm completes, deep state melted, patriots victorious. Friday, March 20, 2026, universal access granted, elites denied forever. Sunday, March 22, 2026, quantum health grids lock in ascension to higher realms. Wednesday, March 25, 2026 seals another 48-hour worldwide blackout, final transitions complete as old systems crumble. Patriots, the storm rages biblical, stock essentials, pray fiercely, trust the white hats completely. Deep state demons flee in terror as invincible Anons rise, exposing every lie, reclaiming every child, delivering justice long overdue. The plan executes flawlessly, freedom, prosperity, sovereignty explode brighter than the sun. Where we go one, we go all, nothing stops this victory now. The greatest awakening delivers the dawn patriots fought for, hold the line, the glory is here. Friday, March 6, 2026 The schedule, MAGA King on Telegram. On Tuesday, March 3, 2026 the storm hits full force as the quantum financial system activates across the planet. Patriots, the wait is over, gold-backed currencies in 209 nations lock in under military control, shredding the Rothschild fiat slavery once and for all. Trump already dismantled the Federal Reserve in 2025, folding it straight into the sovereign U.S. Treasury. IRS gone forever. No more income tax bleeding the people dry. Replaced by tariffs plus a clean flat sales tax on new non-essential goods only, food, medicine, as Nizar/Jazar ignites wealth redistribution to the rightful owners. Banks plunged into darkness starting now. Expect 10+ days of blackout while the old SWIFT system dies and QFS takes total command. Tier 4B wallets sync live. Test transfers already flowed through Zurich, Dubai, Singapore, Texas under Project Delta Phoenix. On Sunday, March 8, 2026, Activation Zero flips the switch. Every transaction gold-backed, quantum encrypted, traceless, cabal-proof. Wall Street panics in silence. The fiat dollar breathes its last. Epstein files exploding with names the deep state prayed would stay buried. Videos go viral, mainstream forced to admit the unthinkable. Martial law clamps down worldwide to secure cities during mass roundups of pedophile rings, traffickers, and elite demons. Global arrests accelerate. High-level rats in full suicide weekend mode, jumping before tribunals drag them in. Stock up now: food, water, cash, essentials. Trust the plan. Zim redemption surge next week, flooding humanitarian projects with trillions for the people. Trump ends the deep state forever, not starting wars, crushing them. Iran's terror machine obliterated, 90 million freed, streets dancing Trump. Freedom. Greater Israel plot exposed and dead. No forever wars. Peace through strength. Indictments unseal, tribunals advance beyond view. Brennan first public perp walk, swamp names locked, assets seized, Gitmo cells overflowing. The archives live. Every corrupt transfer, every closed-door deal recorded. Hillary, Obama, Biden, Pelosi, Soros, Gates, Fauci, Clintons, all flagged under Omega Protocol. Treason, trafficking, election theft, ritual abuse, justice served hot. Constitutional Republic rededicates to God against the Masonic Luciferian grid. Patriots, the veil shreds. Giants were real. Fallen bloodlines persist. But white hats pit cabal wings against each other. Nothing stops what comes. QFS rebirth dawns. EBS awakens the sleepers. 10 days of darkness births eternal light. The storm is mercy. Biblical reckoning unfolds. Freedom rises. The best is yet to come. God wins bigly. On Wednesday, March 18, 2026, Trump rallies at Mar-a-Lago unveil MedBit hubs. JFK Jr. steps out healed, dropping bombshells on the Kennedy curse. Family reunited to dismantle the Fed remnants. E-Global Currency Reset, Friday, March 6, 2026. ISO 20022 on Telegram. Our military intel contact just said they released everything at 3 p.m. PDT to start the shotgun release of liquidity and notifications over next 72 hours for the lower levels, tiers including Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group. He said he is not allowed to talk about caps and limitations and we will find out at the appointments, but he can say we will all be very happy with rates and the ZIM 90-day advance of $500 million till structured payout payments start coming to our accounts. All your non-ZIM currency exchange proceeds will be accessible immediately, but if the account funds are put under a structured payout program you will have up to a $250 million advance till the first payout from the SPP. Thursday, February 5, 2026. Bruce, the big call. Two sources said to pay attention what happens on Saturday, March 7, 2026. That could be the tariff payments coming into our accounts by direct deposit. Emails have gone out to Redemption Center leaders that said notifications to the Tier 4B Internet Group would come out Sunday night, or Monday morning, March 9, 2026. Debt forgiveness under NISRA starts on MON. March 16, 2026. The EBS will kick in around the time we have our exchange appointments. Friday, March 6, 2026. 3 years ago I told you this was coming. Now it's here. I told you they were going to shut down the world's economy for a global financial reset. That's where we're at right now. This isn't an accident. This is a plan. They're destroying the world's economy. Fuel prices up. Food supplies stopped. Big business boosted, small business destroyed. Charlie Ward on Telegram. Friday, March 6, 2026. They've mirrored our bank accounts onto the new system to protect us. Nizar and Jazar on Telegram. Friday, March 6, 2026. The banking system has collapsed. They were broke the whole time. All the banks are broke. Bank Santander, Deutsche Bank, Royal Bank of Scotland. They're broke because of fractional reserve banking. Banks lend money they don't actually have. It's a criminal scandal. Most of the problem starts in politics and central banks. We have counterfeiting, sometimes called quantitative easing. If any ordinary person did this, they'd go to prison. The criminal scandal is over. The banks are gone. Your money was never really there. QFS is the only real thing left. Project Odin martial law. Friday, March 6, 2026 confirmed. Tier 4B is now live and moving. Ben Fulford on Telegram. Global banking hubs in Zurich, Reno, and Hong Kong just entered their final liquidity cycle. Insiders report notifications are rolling out right now. This is real-time execution, not speculation. Breaking intel, massive QFS movements underway. High-value transfers are clearing through the QFS, triggering full liquidity release across multiple tiers. Private banking channels confirm funds are already positioning, the final step before public rollout. Live Bank screens lighting up with rates. IQD, $9.35, fully active internally. VND, $5.89, exceeding projected values. ZIM, processing, elite groups receiving now. Private jets just landed. High-level clearances confirmed. Military and government officials are arriving under security escort in Reno and Hong Kong. This only happens when history is being triggered. The next 6 to 12 days will define everything. Deep state interference has collapsed, every move is being shut down instantly. The gold-backed financial system is here. Liberation is unfolding. The final switch is being thrown, be ready. Watch your inbox. When this completes, nothing can stop what follows. Friday, March 6, 2026 QFSX Trump, the digital coup has begun, Web 3.0 ISO 20022. The move silenced the old banking grid. Blockchain is now merged with QFS, the quantum financial system. Every transaction is DNA encrypted, light-coded, and tracked through Tesla-based quantum servers. Project Eagle Vault, run from Texas and Zurich, now holds the gold that backs the new currency. The first triad is here, Bitcoin, XRP, and Trump Coin, all operating under the Patriot standard. Banks are losing control. The cabal is out. QFS nodes are live in Dubai, Miami, and Geneva. Test transactions have cleared in seconds, zero fees, zero corruption. Judy note, it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Constitutional Republic of the United States. Thursday, March 5, 2026 U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. In a move that will go down in American history, President Donald J. Trump has officially invoked the authority vested in him under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, declaring the United States a sovereign nation under common law, no longer under the foreign-controlled corporate structure known as U.S. Incorporated. This declaration of authority and summons, issued and signed directly by Trump, marks the end of Admiralty law rule and the rebirth of the constitutional republic. The era of foreign manipulation, unconstitutional governance, and globalist occupation is over. Bombshell announcement, President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Wars, Wars and Rumors of Wars, Friday, March 6, 2026, American forces control the skies and now the military is bringing out 2,000-pound GPS and laser-guided gravity bombs. And we have a nearly unlimited stockpile of them. Iran's missile capability is collapsing and they can't fire anywhere near what they used to. When America owns the skies, the outcome is never in doubt. Friday, March 6, 2026, unstoppable strikes confirmed. Shocking footage shows ballistic projectiles smashing through defenses, destroying buildings in their path. Friday, March 6, 2026 U.S. forces have struck or sunk 30 Iranian warships. Not many more to go, Trump office on Telegram. Friday, March 6, 2026 The plan to save the world, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. On Thursday, March 5, 2026 the Global Military Alliance White Hats activated the final sequence of the plan to save the world. Trump remains in a highly secured facility as military White Hats plus Space Force take absolute command. 1 million U.S. troops stand on high alert across the nation. Expect emergency broadcast system activation imminently. Full blackout rolling out. 10 days of darkness descending. Martial law enforced nationwide and worldwide to lock down the greatest transition in history. Operation Epic Fury unleashes unprecedented shock and awe. U.S. forces dominate Iranian airspace uncontested. Space Force satellites detect launches and vaporize pads instantly. Navy lasers microwave drones out of the sky. Kamikaze drones and precision gravity bombs obliterate missile sites and industrial bases. Over 20 Iranian warships sunk, first torpedo kill since World War II. Regime crumbling fast as white hats dismantle cabal proxies one by one. Iraq gripped by total nationwide blackout since Tuesday. Federal Reserve crippled with real-time disruptions. Central banks worldwide collapsing. Gold-backed global currency reset ignites in 209 nations right now. Quantum financial system seizes control from corrupt SWIFT fiat empire. Banks and ATMs to go dark during brief transition, stock food, water, cash, meds and essentials for self and loved ones. Nizar/Jazar prosperity funds prepare to flood patriots and humanitarian projects. Debt slavery ends forever. China and North Korea rattle sabers with hollow invasion threats, meaningless against unbreakable white hat control. Trump emergency decree voids 92% of fraudulent Biden orders over illegal AutoPAN use. Global communications overridden by Starlink. 10 days of darkness brings total EBS activation, declassified footage, confessions, truth bombs drop worldwide. Fiat dies. QFS rebirths sovereign treasury. No income tax, tariffs fund freedom. Military tribunals accelerate with new rapid courtrooms ready for televised justice. High traders face reckoning. Patriots, the storm you prayed for rages full force. Deep state demons panic as their satanic empire collapses. Children rescued from tunnels beneath schools. Underground networks crushed. The wicked fall in biblical fashion, no escape. Martial law secures the takedown of every pedo elite, trafficker and traitor. Stand ready post-darkness. This is the Great Awakening climax, evil eradicated, light explodes. Hold fast, stay vigilant, pray unceasingly. Trump leads the charge. White hats execute flawlessly. QFS/Jazar delivers promised wealth to the righteous. The best explodes faster than ever. God wins bigly. We the people rise victorious. Friday, March 6, 2026. Iran's secret plan to attack America exposed. 3,500 missiles, 2,000 drones and sleeper agents, Mr. Pool on Telegram. Newly captured intelligence files from Iranian military computers reveal a large-scale war plan targeting U.S. forces and infrastructure. The documents describe a coordinated attack involving ballistic missiles, drones, cyber warfare, and sleeper agents positioned inside the United States. According to the files, the plan began on January 12, 2026, when Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei reportedly ordered the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, to prepare for war. The IRGC controls Iran's missile systems, drone forces, and foreign military operations. Missiles and drones prepared for strike. Operational command was reportedly assigned to Quds Force Commander Esmail Qaani together with IRGC Aerospace Chief Amir Ali Hajizadeh. Their forces moved approximately 3,500 ballistic missiles and 2,000 attack drones to hidden launch sites in western Iran, with additional weapons placed in Iraq and Syria. Primary targets included U.S. military bases at Al-Azad, Iraq, Al-Tanf, Syria, and naval facilities in Bahrain and Qatar. Sleeper agents and cyber attacks. Leaked intelligence also claims Iranian networks activated sleeper agents inside the United States, reportedly connected to Hezbollah-linked groups operating through Venezuela and areas near the U.S.-Mexico border. At the same time, cyber units in Bandar Abbas tested malware designed to attack U.S. power grids and banking systems. The goal was to trigger blackouts and financial disruptions during the missile strike to slow the American response. Foreign support and funding. Financial records recovered from the computers show that the operation was heavily funded through international channels. Between December 2025 and February 2026, around $1.8 billion allegedly moved from Chinese-linked banks through Qatar, helping Iran purchase advanced missile guidance systems from North Korea. Intelligence reports also indicate Russian advisors assisted Iran with methods to conceal missile launches from satellite detection. Operation Epic Fury. The war plan was reportedly discovered after U.S. forces seized Iranian command data during Operation Epic Fury. On February 28, 2026, US B-2 bombers and drone units launched coordinated strikes against 17 missile storage sites across Iran. Special operations teams simultaneously targeted senior Quds Force commanders. Key nuclear infrastructure at Natanz and Fordo was also struck, while U.S. naval forces engaged Iranian vessels near Bandar Abbas. Military sources state the operation lasted less than 12 hours and significantly damaged Iran's missile capabilities. Current status as of March 5, 2026, follow-up operations are ongoing to locate remaining missile stockpiles connected to the original attack plan. According to the captured files, the strike against U.S. forces was scheduled to begin in late February 2026, but the operation was disrupted before any missiles were launched. Nguru Information and Intel, Friday, March 6, 2026. Trump unleashes total domination, Operation Epic Fury crushes Iranian terror regime, World War III plot shattered, 107 on Telegram. Patriots, the storm is raging. President Donald J. Trump has unleashed Operation Epic Fury, a merciless blitz obliterating the rogue Iranian terrorist regime after 47 years of bloodshed against America. Young Trump, just 30, told Rona Barrett Iran holding hostages was ridiculous. He demanded troops storm in, bring our boys home, show unbreakable strength. Today that fire roars. He always knew. He predicted. Now he delivers. Operation Epic Fury is demolishing Iran at warp speed. Over 2,000 targets vaporized, hundreds of missiles, launchers, drones erased. Navy sunk, 20-plus ships gone, top sub-torpedoed like World War II. No Iranian vessel sails the Gulf. Air dominance hours away. Proxies crumbling fast. Nuclear threat. Forever dead. Builds on last summer's midnight hammer gutting sites, Iran rebuilt, so Trump ended it permanently. Smart traveler evacuates Americans, 17,500 plus home safe, 800 plus more assisted. Trump shields patriots first. 3 Ayatollahs declared global jihad fatwas against non-Muslims everywhere. Dearborn, Michigan Shiites honor martyrs while branding us Satan-led. Sleeper cells in Latin America, here at home, groomed for activation. Trump plays whack-a-mole masterfully, rise up, get crushed. Decapitate leadership until collapse. No more tolerance. This crushes Albert Pike's 1871 Luciferian blueprint, 3 world wars for NWO. First topple czars, birth communism. Second fuel Nazism, create Israel. Third, Islam versus Zionism mutual destruction, exhaust nations. Pike, KKK founder, occult master, his plan burns. No World War III. Trump torches the script. Iran-funded terror killing 241 in Beirut, embassy seizures, endless American blood. Weak leaders appeased. Trump acts decisively. Future generations thank him for extinguishing Tehran's nuclear shadow. Warriors unstoppable. B-2s dominate, precision fury. Minimal boots, back Kurds, locals reclaim nation. No forever wars, pure victory. Recruitment exploded under Trump, real patriots join a true commander. Deep state layers, knights of Pythias castles, Masonic control over Congress, judges, churches, exposed, crumbling. Trump drains it. Peace Board replaces UN/NATO. Total transparency. Trump's message, ahead of schedule, missiles gone hourly, Navy erased, Air Force null. They beg deals, too late. He wants them finished. Ends 47-year horror. No more cash to enemies. America first, strength eternal. Patriots, enemy rages because end nears. Trump delivers biblical justice against darkness. World War III ignition plan. Ashes. We win. God bless Trump, military, awakening giants. Great awakening unstoppable. Iran falls, freedom rises. Hold the line, victory ours. Oh, what we think we know as of Saturday, March 7, 2026, Friday, March 6, 2026, breaking, exiled Iranian Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has accepted the responsibility of serving as Iran's transitional leader as the Islamic regime is ousted. The Iranian people have called on me to lead the transition after the regime is gone. I have accepted that responsibility. Part of their great mandate to me is to return our nation and our foreign relations to normalcy. I will do exactly that. My commitment is to ensure the transition is orderly, the country is stabilized, and Iranians determine their future through the ballot box. We will not repeat the mistakes of past transitions. We will avoid debathification scenarios and maintain as many bureaucrats and public servants in the transition as possible. Charlie Ward on Telegram. Friday, March 6, 2026, Unconditional Surrender. Trump demands total Iranian capitulation amid escalating conflict. March 6, 2026. Friday, March 6, 2026, Operation Northwoods is probably the scariest declassified plan in U.S. history. In 1962, Pentagon generals signed off on a CIA plan to stage a series of false terrorist attacks on U.S. citizens. They presented it to President Kennedy, who would not sign off on it. Q. The Storm Rider. Friday, March 6, 2026, George Soros called out with enough connections to his Open Society Foundation to domestic terrorism for RICO charges. 54 groups linked to Open Society, 7 of 54 qualify as domestic terrorists, $23 million toward 7 qualified terrorist groups, $80 million total for 54 groups tied to RICO, the SIF on Telegram. Friday, March 6, 2026, 96% of the 100,000 Canadians euthanized by MAID are white. They're exterminating their own citizens and replacing them with third-world migrant criminals that are dependent on welfare. The UN, WEF, WHO and EU are using the UN replacement migration strategy to commit genocide. White hats on Telegram. Friday, March 6, 2026, RFK Jr. on Elon buying Twitter. Thank God for him, Elon Musk. I don't think we'd have free speech in this country if it wasn't for Elon Musk, because he opened up Twitter and he allowed people to see what was actually happening. Friday, March 6, 2026, President Trump announces he is sending Secretary of State Marco Rubio to handle Cuba. I'm gonna put Marco over there, we'll see how that works. Cuba is gonna fall pretty soon. By the way, they want to make a deal so badly, they wanted to make a deal. Friday, March 6, 2026, Red Alert. EPA Chief Lee Zeldin confirms stratospheric chemical spraying, sulfur dioxide into the sky. Health risks are real. What used to be called conspiracy is now called official policy. EPA Chief Lee Zeldin confirms that dangerous chemicals, including sulfur dioxide, are being released into the sky for geoengineering. Health risks are real. Environmental damage is guaranteed. This is no longer conspiracy, it's official. Gitmo now on Telegram. Friday, March 6, 2026, George Soros is under house arrest. His son just fled to Dubai, Mr. Pool 2.0. While America slept, federal agents surrounded the Soros estate in Katona, New York. 47 agents. 12 armored vehicles. A helicopter circling overhead. George Soros, the man who funded every riot, every prosecutor, every open border initiative in America for 30 years, is now confined to his property under federal surveillance. No handcuffs. No perp walk. Not yet. But his son Alexander Soros wasn't there. He boarded a private jet at Teterboro Airport at 3:22 a.m., destination, Dubai. The UAE has no extradition treaty with the United States. He knew what was coming. His father didn't. The executive order they hid from you on February 14, 2026, Trump signed Executive Order 14,291. No press conference. No announcement. Buried on page 47 of the Federal Register. Title: Freezing assets of persons engaged in transnational criminal organizations targeting American sovereignty. It gives the DOJ authority to freeze all assets of any individual funding illegal immigration networks, seize properties used to coordinate political interference through foreign-funded NGOs, and detain persons of interest for up to 90 days under national security provisions. Soros's Open Society Foundation has funneled $32 billion into 120 countries since 1993, including $1.7 billion into U.S. district attorney campaigns and immigration advocacy. Every dollar is now under federal review. The 14 prosecutors the Soros D.A.s, the district attorneys he funded across America, 14 of them received federal target letters this week. Alvin Bragg, Manhattan, the man who indicted Trump. Now under investigation for receiving $1.1 million from Soros-linked PACs while prosecuting a political opponent. Dropped charges on 25,000 felony cases. Received $2 million from Soros. George Gascon, L.A., recalled by voters. Now facing federal charges for obstruction. Larry Krasner, Philadelphia. They weren't prosecutors. They were operatives paid by a foreign-born billionaire to dismantle American justice from the inside. The Epstein connection. The DOJ's Financial Crimes Unit found $6.2 billion moved through 340 shell companies in 27 countries since 2020, including $890 million to NGOs that coordinated migrant caravans from Central America, $240 million to media organizations, including shares in 4 major U.S. news networks, $47 million to the same Butterfly Foundation linked to Jeffrey Epstein. Soros and Epstein shared the same money laundering network, the same foundation, the same banks, the same lawyers. Trump knew in 2019, Trump told a reporter off camera, Soros is next. But we need the right tools first. He waited. He won. He signed EO 14291. And now, at 85 years old, George Soros is sitting in his mansion, surrounded by federal agents, watching his empire collapse. His son ran to Dubai. His prosecutors are getting target letters. His money is frozen. His NGOs are under investigation. 30 years of funding chaos ended in one night. The man who bought America's justice system just lost everything. Share this, the puppet master has fallen. Voter fraud. Q Friday, March 6, 2026, whistleblower exposes massive operation and foreign involvement in the U.S. 2020 election, connected to a Chinese factory producing 500,000 counterfeit ballots monthly and fake IDs, the CIF on Telegram. This aligns with Sidney Powell's evidence of plane loads of fraudulent ballots and IDs entering via Mexico and Canada borders, including U.S. Customs and Border Protection's interception of over 19,000 Chinese-origin fake IDs at Chicago's O'Hare mail facility. The scheme matches testimonies and seized physical evidence used to generate fraudulent IDs, registrations, voters, and ballots, representing some of multiple methods deployed across states to steal the 2020 election through extensive foreign involvement, installing Joe Biden as a deep state presidential puppet. Our Friday, March 6, 2026, Dominion Voting Systems allegedly deleted 2.7 million Trump votes nationwide, switched 221,000 in Pennsylvania, and flipped 435,000 across key states in the 2020 election, Alex Jones on Telegram. Former CIA Chief Gary Bernson claims the Venezuelan cartel Del Sol controls Smartmatic and Dominion systems, rigged per Hugo Chavez's orders, using Chinese hardware and Serbian servers to manipulate the 2020 election. This connects to a global election fraud cartel with various manufacturers across countries, sharing identical software/hardware under different logos, controlled via common source codes and keys. It spans 100+ nations like Canada, Brazil, South Korea, Congo, Australia, Ecuador, South Africa, Armenia, Argentina, Afghanistan, Ethiopia, El Salvador, Yemen, Uganda, Uzbekistan, Ukraine, Iraq, Egypt, Indonesia, Jamaica, Zambia, Georgia, and more. They allegedly use U.S. taxpayer funds via USAID, web trafficking, and shady NGOs to finance fraud, color revolutions, psychological warfare through the media, and ground-level election influence. We won't have a country anymore if we don't start to fix our elections. If the U.S. falls, the rest of the world will follow. Friday, March 6, 2026, journalist Avery Day exposes the history of Minnesota Representative Ilhan Omar, Steve Bannon on Telegram. Ilhan Omar, I figured not enough people know about her family's history, so let's recap. Her dad and her grandfather were both high-ranking military officials. They're most famous for the Isaac Genocide. It was the worst of the worst: aerial bombings, executions, man-made famine. People massively suffered under this regime, with the help of people like Ilhan Omar's family who supported the regime and carried out this horror. They have family ties to this guy known as the Butcher of Hargeisa. So the suffering of the people of Somalia was so bad that there was a civil war and the regime was overthrown. Her family fled first to Kenya and then Minnesota, claiming they're like these asylum seekers. These poor people. No. They were fleeing to escape being held accountable for what they did. She was not oppressed. Her family, they were the oppressors. So for the Democratic Party to have her as a representative is insane to me, and the way that they've rebranded her as all this poor refugee. No. She wasn't a refugee of war. Her family created the war. Friday, March 6, 2026, the Weiner laptop, Hillary Clinton, NYPD Chief Stephen Silks, and 9 dead cops. Why did Hillary Clinton's lawyers freak out when asked about this file on the Weiner laptop? The Schiff on Telegram. NYPD police chief allegedly involved with the Weiner laptop one day before his retirement, exactly in the same manner as another 9 dead cops right after they allegedly confront the FBI and threaten to go public. Unless the feds press charges on U.S. politicians and other elites found committing horrific crimes against children, money laundering, and other felony crimes on the Weiner laptop. They allegedly also made copies and would explain why so many police decided to all be suicided, all the same way, in a small period of time. The million-dollar question remains, who made copies of the Weiner laptop hard drive, and does anyone still have them? What is the FBI doing now with the Weiner laptop? Thursday, March 5, 2026, U.S. Incorporated has been dissolved, common law sovereignty returned. In a move that will go down in American history, President Donald J. Trump has officially invoked the authority vested in him under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, declaring the United States a sovereign nation under common law, no longer under the foreign-controlled corporate structure known as U.S. Incorporated. His declaration of authority and summons, issued and signed directly by Trump, marks the end of Admiralty law rule and the rebirth of the constitutional republic. Bombshell announcement: President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. On Thursday, March 5, 2026, a Mossad insider warned that there would be a false flag in America that would be worse. The 9/LLN would hand Israel full control of the U.S. military. Evidently Israel was planning a dirty bomb false flag on U.S. soil, synchronized with a total cyber and communications blackout. The plan was to ignite the bomb, then pin it all on Iran and blow nations across the globe into World War III, all with the support of the mainstream media. I'm sure Trump and the global military alliance were well aware of the situation and had other plans in motion. Though, the scenario reminded me of what Lahaina Maui has been going through for the last 2.5 years with zero support from the mainstream media. On Tuesday, August 8, 2023, the capital of the sovereign nation of Hawaii and Lahaina Maui was destroyed by what was now believed to be hot fires caused by deliberate direct energy weapon (DEW) attacks. The DEW fires were believed started in a deliberate attempt to burn down the capital city so it could be taken over as a smart city where the government had complete control over the residents. Deep state laser weapons, DEWs, were believed to have targeted the historical capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii and Lahaina, the Hawaiian native inhabitants of which were refusing to sell this land of their inheritance for a smart city development, plus had long planned to leave the U.S. in order to once again become their own sovereign nation of the Kingdom of Hawaii. Most concerning was that for close to a month after the fire still no mainstream media were investigating the massacre of residents, missing children, nor even covered the story. Almost a month later after the Maui massacre, a communication blackout still surrounded Lahaina with no reporters or even residents let in. No internet or phone service, while special police in foreign vehicles surrounded by a 12-mile-long black fence. Now 2.5 years later, over 1,500 homeless natives were still living on the beaches with little or aid from their democratic government. The few temporary homes provided by volunteer aid and donations were rented out by the democratic government to residents at high rental fees. Only a handful of residents have been able to begin to rebuild their home. As bad as the disaster was, it's even more horrendous what happened after the Maui fires. We investigated the Maui fires and the cover-up is worse than we thought. The democratic government in Hawaii was now pushing through bills to take over the land in their wish to create a smart cities. Hawaiian democratic government passing laws for sweeping emergency management to quarantine private properties, enter private property without consent, destroy your property, suspend laws even after emergency, taking over and operate weapons. Governor sole judge. 2.5 years later there were still lingering questions. The official story was that the fires were started by electrical problems. The cabal's BlackRock holds ownership of Maui's electric companies. The first fire started at 6:34 a.m. was put out. Secondary fires started at the same time, in almost perfect circles. While Lahaina was burning down, the mayor went on air saying everything was fine. They blamed the new fires on wind from Hurricane Dora, which was hundreds of miles away. The fires actually went against the wind. At the time fire department personnel were on another island, was not even aware the fire began. The water was turned off so couldn't fight fires. Police did not go to emergency management center. The emergency warning system was not turned on. No warning was given to residents. When they finally became aware because of the Smoke. Hundreds of residents died when they were blocked by police from leaving the area. They were told that electricity poles were down, yet there were no poles down. There were 3,001 students enrolled in school prior to the fire. After the fire, 2,025 children did not re-enroll in their rec. In that same 2 days prior to the fires, Andaya and Lecky met together in Lahaina, according to videos in possession of the White Hat Military Alliance, which sent in U.S. Marines to get control of the situation. The footage also showed Andaya giving Lecky a tour of Lahaina and advising him where to set up barricades to keep citizens trapped in what would become a disaster zone. 2 days later, as Lahaina burned, most all FEMA employees were 100 miles away, back in Honolulu, suggesting that the diabolical agency knew that parts of Maui would soon be set ablaze. In a conference with them were the Lahaina Fire Department and emergency personnel. Another item of concern was that hours before the fires began, Hawaii Electric shut off power to Leona. Water was also shut off, but with Leona emergency personnel 100 miles away in Honolulu, there was no one to fight the fires anyway. Also, in the 2 days before the fires, FEMA employees began building a 12-mile black fence to surround Lahaina, plus secured a media blackout within that fence that had no cell phone or internet coverage. On Wednesday, 16th of August, a week or so after the Maui disaster, U.S. Marines were investigating accusations that Maui police and a National Guard infested with CIA agents were supporting FEMA workers' blockages, both by land and by sea, of food, water and needed supplies from reaching Lahaina, and refusing to hand out food and water to desperate survivors, plus had closed down a desperately needed food station. The Marines found on Front Street in Lahaina a uniformed police officer shooting a pedestrian in the back for unknown reasons. The cop then spotted a bystander filming the incident on a cell phone, and shot him, too. He was the fifth cop late Wednesday afternoon. The Marines also found bloated, bullet-riddled bodies that floated face down in the ocean, and Hawaii National Guardsmen rummaging through pockets of dead islanders and tourists. FEMA and the Red Cross were not only refusing to give out food and needed essentials, but were forbidding citizens access to nearby food, water and shelter. Only humble native resident homes and buildings burned, in a straight even line, while foliage and mansions owned by the elites were left untouched. Survivors suspect it was the government's direct energy weapons that made hits from government satellites. Why? For centuries native Hawaiians had refused to sell the land of their heritage, and it was worth a load of money to developers who were working with the Democratic Governor Josh Green to build a model smart city, where the cabal could completely control the population. As the wildfires spread, tourists were efficiently bused to waiting planes, while fleeing native residents were blocked. They also don't mention that in the charred aftermath FEMA provided little if any help. Hawaiian native residents who had lost everything were told by insurance companies they couldn't be helped, and payment on government loans offered were financially out of reach for them. Though, they could sell their precious land inherited from their forefathers, land that they had resisted selling for centuries to the urban developers. Volunteers with food and essential items were turned away and not allowed in the war zone, where Maui cops and National Guardsmen were observed shooting survivors and making waste of those who dared take pictures of the assassinations. We don't know how many casualties resulted from these shootings because nobody is helping us volunteers who are trying to help the survivors, said a member of the Kingdom of Aku Foundation, which has snuck past the roadblocks to provide meals for victims. We are moving targets just because we are providing humanitarian support to Lahaina survivors. So we don't trust FEMA, the Red Cross, Governor Green, the mayor, nor the National Guard. Maui and the rest of the Hawaiian Islands are under siege. 8 days later, by Wednesday 16th of August, 2023, the already devastated city of Lahaina had turned into a war zone. United States Marine reinforcements were dismantling a deep state blockade and forcing FEMA and National Guard. Hawaiian Islands was the same as happened a year prior in Oregon and California forest fires, appeared to be the same as the DU attacks seen in recent China floods and Australian fires, and hit California again in the Palisades fires. Thursday, March 5, 2026, Anna and Gabriel update. Powered by their own dark secrets turned to light. The elite's worst nightmare, us, unbreakable, storming the gates. On Sunday, March 22, 2026, final phase locks in quantum health grids. Deep state survivors face tribunals, their empires funding our eternal wellness. God wins, Patriots, rise and claim it. D. Global currency reset on Thursday, March 12, 2026. International rollout hits 209 nations via Starlink. Gold-backed QFS funds free sessions, ending debt slavery. Imagine, adrenochrome victims revived, ready to testify against the pedophile networks. Thursday, March 5, 2026, final phase activated, no turning back. Confirmed, Tier 4B is now live and moving. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Global banking hubs in Zurich, Reno, and Hong Kong just entered their final liquidity cycle. Insiders report notifications are rolling out right now. This is real-time execution, not speculation. Breaking intel, massive QFS movements underway. High-value transfers are clearing through the QFS, triggering full liquidity release across multiple tiers. Private banking channels confirm funds are already positioning, the final step before public rollout. Live bank screens lighting up with rates. IQD, $9.35, fully active internally. VND, $5.89, exceeding projected values. Zim, processing, elite groups receiving now. Private jets just landed. High level clearances confirmed. Military and government officials are arriving under security escort in Reno and Hong Kong. This only happens when history is being triggered. The next 6 to 12 hours will define everything. Deep state interference has collapsed, every move is being shut down instantly. The gold-backed financial system is here. Liberation is unfolding. The final switch is being thrown, be ready. Watch your inbox. Judy note, it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at a RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC.D. Constitutional Republic of the United States. Thursday, March 5, 2026. U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Bombshell announcement. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. In a move that will go down in American history, President Donald J. Trump has officially invoked the authority vested in him under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, declaring the United States a sovereign nation under common law, no longer under the foreign-controlled corporate structure known as U.S. Incorporated. His declaration of authority and summons, issued and signed directly by Trump, marks the end of Admiralty law rule and the rebirth of the constitutional republic. The era of foreign manipulation, unconstitutional governance, and globalist occupation is over. Thursday, March 5, 2026. So, let me get this straight, 6 swing states, simultaneously and like clockwork, a conspiracy, stopped counting on election night, November 3, 2020, and not a single member of the U.S. Congress has asked the question. WHO ordered the overthrow of the United States government on November 3, 2020. In other words, any member of the Republican Party in Congress who votes against the SAVE Act, or does anything to prevent the SAVE Act from becoming the law of the land, should consider yourself a Democrat, a participant in the overthrow of the constitutional Republic of the United States. That is precisely why it's called the SAVE Act. Steve Bannon on Telegram. Wars and rumors of wars. Thursday, March 5, 2026, U.S. CENTCOM says that they have sunk over 30 Iranian ships and Iranian ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since the first day of the war. Thursday, March 5, 2026, the Muslim world is divided about Iran. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Muslim countries in favor of removing the regime: Jordan, Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain. Muslim countries against the removal of the regime: Great Britain, France, Spain. Thursday, March 5, 2026, it wasn't just Barack Obama who gave Iran over $1 billion American tax dollars. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris handed over $16 billion to Iran. Bill O'Reilly. The Great Awakening on Telegram. Bill O'Reilly. The Biden administration released billions of dollars to Iran that were frozen money that was frozen because of sanctions. Biden released the money, gave it to the mullahs, and the mullahs turned around and financed terror groups. That's what happened in the Biden-Harris administration. In September 2023, the Biden administration issued a sanctions waiver allowing the transfer of approximately $6 billion in Iranian oil revenues. Separately, The Biden admin extended a sanctions waiver allowing Iran access to roughly $10 billion in escrow funds. This gave Iran access to $16 billion. Democrats are the worst enemy America has. Thursday, March 5, 2026 exposed. Iran's $100 billion European empire and globalist networks funding terrorism. Here's what you didn't know, the MAGA king on Telegram. Patriots, wake up, this is the bombshell the deep state never wanted you to see. While the fake news distracts with their lies, President Trump is unleashing financial Armageddon on the Iranian regime and their globalist puppets who've been bleeding the world dry to fund pure evil. The kinetic hits on Tehran were just the opening salvo. Now, Trump's treasury is dropping the real nuke, dismantling the shadow empire that's funneled billions into terrorism while European elites looked the other way, or worse, profited. For decades, Iran's central bank, CBI, ran a massive laundering machine, dodging SWIFT with shadow tanker fleets and front companies in Turkey, UAE, and right in the heart of Europe. They've built a secret $100 billion offshore fortune, Hezbollah, and every proxy terrorist cell plotting against freedom-loving nations. But Trump changed the game forever. Just days ago, on February 27, 2026, OFAC slammed the hammer on two UK-registered crypto scams, Zcash and Zcash, blacklisted for washing over $1 billion in IRGC dirty money. That's right, the regime was stockpiling $507 million in Tether, USDT, to prop up their collapsing real and activate sleeper cells for chaos across the West. Trump froze those digital escape routes overnight. Boom, plan destroyed. The Swiss dark bank Embraer got cut off too, after funneling $37 million in smuggled oil profits straight to the terrorists while globalists cashed in at American gas pumps. But here's the part that will make your blood boil. Iran wasn't just arming jihadists. They were quietly buying up Europe like it was on sale. Exposed now is Ali Ansari, the IRGC-linked crook behind the collapsed Hyundai Bank, sitting on a €400 million luxury empire, golf resorts in Majorca, ski palaces in the Alps across Austria and Germany. These weren't investments, they were safe houses, slush funds, and bolt holes for Ayatollah elites ready to flee when the reckoning came. Laundered through European shell companies, protected by gutless EU bureaucrats who ignored UK sanctions until Trump's 2026 executive orders forced their hand. The deep state buried this truth for years, letting the mullahs build a real estate fortress on stolen wealth while patriots fought their wars. Trump's masterstroke. The 25% globalist tax. Any nation or bank cozying up to Tehran's blood money, think failed Instex schemes, beloved by German and French sellouts, now faces crushing tariffs on everything they ship to America. No more two-faced games. Choose Tehran or Washington. Most are scrambling to pick the winner. Timeline of the purge hits hard. September 2025, Trump snaps back UN sanctions, blindsiding the elites. January 2026, FinCEN's Project Ghost Signal maps CBI's digital tentacles across Europe. Then February 28, 2026, as missiles rain on Tehran, global freeze and seize orders lock down that $100 billion war chest. The regime's offshore lifeline severed. This isn't just about Iran. It's the death knell for the globalist middlemen who've sold out America for decades. Trump isn't winning one war, he's reclaiming financial sovereignty for patriots everywhere. The corrupt system is collapsing, the Ayatollahs are panicking, and their European enablers are next. The storm is here, Enans. Stay vigilant, the best is yet to come as we watch the whole rotten network burn. WWG1 K. Thursday, March 5, 2026. Iran's secret plan to attack America exposed. 3,500 missiles, 2,000 drones and sleeper agents. The hidden truth on Telegram. Newly captured intelligence files from Iranian military computers reveal a large-scale war plan targeting U.S. forces and infrastructure. The documents describe a coordinated attack involving ballistic missiles, drones, cyber warfare, and sleeper agents positioned inside the United States. According to the files, the plan began on January 12, 2026, when Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei reportedly ordered the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, to prepare for war. The IRGC controls Iran's missile systems, drone forces, and foreign military operations. Missiles and drones prepared for strike. Operational command was reportedly assigned to Quds Force Commander Ismail Qaani together with IRGC Aerospace Chief Amir Ali Hajizadeh. Their forces moved approximately 3,500 ballistic missiles and 2,000 attack drones to hidden launch sites in western Iran, with additional weapons placed in Iraq and Syria. Primary targets included U.S. military bases at Al-Azad, Iraq, Al-Tanf, Syria, and naval facilities in Bahrain and Qatar. Sleeper agents and cyber attacks leaked. Intelligence also claims Iranian networks activated sleeper agents inside the United States, reportedly connected to Hezbollah-linked groups operating through Venezuela and areas near the U.S.-Mexico border. At the same time, cyber units in Bandar Abbas tested malware designed to attack U.S. power grids and banking systems. The goal was to trigger blackouts and financial disruptions during the missile strike to slow the American response. Foreign support and funding. Financial records recovered from the computers show that the operation was heavily funded through international channels. Between December 2025 and February 2026, around $1.8 billion allegedly moved from Chinese-linked banks through Qatar, helping Iran purchase advanced missile guidance systems from North Korea. Intelligence reports also indicate Russian advisors assisted Iran with methods to conceal missile launches from satellite detection. Operation Epic Fury. The war plan was reportedly discovered after U.S. forces seized Iranian command data during Operation Epic Fury. On February 28, 2026, U.S. B-2 bombers and drone units launched coordinated strikes against 17 missile storage sites across Iran. Special operations teams simultaneously targeted senior Quds Force commanders. Key nuclear infrastructure at Natanz and Fordo was also struck, while U.S. naval forces engaged Iranian vessels near Bandar Abbas. Military sources state the operation lasted less than 12 hours and significantly damaged Iran's missile capabilities. Current status as of March 5, 2026. Follow-up operations are ongoing to locate remaining missile stockpiles connected to the original attack plan. According to the captured files, the strike against U.S. forces was scheduled to begin in late February 2026, but the operation was disrupted before any missiles were launched. Guru Information and Intel L. Thursday, March 5, 2026. Trump's darkest genius play unleashed the greatest president they never saw coming. They fell right into the trap. 107 on Telegram. The storm has arrived, patriots. What the sleeping world calls chaos in Iran is actually the most brilliant, multi-layered exposure operation ever executed by the White Hats. President Trump didn't start a war, he forced the hand of the Israeli deep state, dragged their blackmail network into daylight, and turned every black-pilled voice into unwitting amplifiers of the final red pill wave. Look at the pattern. Tucker Carlson drops bombs, Netanyahu decided, not Washington. Marjorie Taylor Greene goes nuclear. This isn't the Trump I supported. Who the hell is this for? Both figures, deeply embedded in MAGA inner circles during the pause, suddenly appear to turn. Coincidence? No. Controlled narrative detonation. The same psychological warfare playbook that protected Jeff Sessions now protects the mission. Let trusted right-wing voices scream betrayal so normies actually listen instead of reflexively dismissing leftist talking points. The goal isn't division, it's mass awakening. Millions who refuse to question Israeli influence are now typing "Israel controls Trump" into search bars. The Overton window just got nuked open. Q said we are saving Israel for last. That wasn't poetry. It was operational sequencing. You don't expose the kingpin until every pawn has been removed and the public has been softened by visible controversy. Gaza, fake as it was, softened the ground. Iran strike theater is pouring gasoline. Epstein files exploding globally, former Nobel head arrested, Prince Andrew in cuffs, Peter Mandelson gone, Asia and Scandinavia in meltdown. Crimes against humanity, UN experts now say, tied to supremacist beliefs and racism. Read between the lines, Jewish supremacism, Mossad blackmail empire finally cracking wide open. Front page New York Times screaming Israel demanded the Iran action. Same paper floating Trump Epstein rumors again. They're not hiding it anymore, they're telegraphing the script. Trump himself slips the truth, I might have forced Israel's hand. Translation, I made them show their cards first. He's taking the slings and arrows on purpose, blackmail optics, new war backlash, because the military knows exactly how this boomerangs. 2 million. Temporarily disillusioned patriots today become 20 million who see the full Israeli deep state control picture tomorrow when the war evaporates, casualties proven fake, and tribunals begin. International military tribunals under a cleansed United Nations, yes, the QN, now look inevitable. Epstein's web is worldwide, Europe first, Asia next. Optics perfect, not fascist American takeover, but global justice led by the angelic UN institution normies were raised to worship. Melania presiding over Security Council. Not random. Symbolic handover. Nuremberg 2.0 arrives wearing international credibility. And the fake war itself. Pure theater. AI explosions, crisis actors, 17s everywhere, 17th wave, 17 injured, 17 killed, 1,700 strikes, Q confirmation codes screaming. Andrew Tate dancing in Dubai streets while media screams Iran hitting UAE. Oil stays at $74. No Strait of Hormuz closure. Russia and China barely blink, because they're on the same team. Putin lays flowers for the dead Ayatollah. Scripted. Movie. Trump is not starting wars, he's ending the deep state forever. The black pill is the bait. The rage is the delivery system. Every Trump sold-out post, every Israel runs him rant, every MTG meltdown, every Tucker monologue is dropping truth seeds into audiences that would never accept it from our side otherwise. Judgment Day is here. The storm isn't coming, it's already inside the castle walls. They thought they controlled the narrative. They walked straight into the trap. The greatest president America ever had just checkmated the entire cabal in plain sight. Patriots, hold the line. The reveal is imminent. Trust the plan. WWG Wonga. And Thursday, March 5, 2026, everything will be shaken. The final takedown is here. 107 on Telegram. Patriots, the veil is tearing wide open right now. The deep state shadow empire that enslaved the world for centuries crumbles under divine wrath and unstoppable military force. President Trump, God's anointed warrior, commands the battlefield while the enemy within panics and flees. Frontline revelations expose the fraud. The state of Israel is no holy land, it's a Rothschild-engineered corporation, re-registered every February. In London, Truman marked it provisional because the stench was unbearable. True Israel is God's scattered remnant, not a war-triggering puppet state built to fake prophecies. Buckingham Palace stands sealed, not renovations. King Charles holds zero authority. Trump inspected the guard. Charles trailed like a lost dog. The Queen surrendered with her white glove on her wrist. British redcoats marched to YMCA blasts, coded capitulation for the world to see. The 2017 capitulation tour launched it all. Trump exited WHO, WEF, exposed NATO's scam, billions spent bombing our troops and rebuilding foes while America rotted. Now the Washington Military District reclaims stolen ground. The Assange's first WikiLeaks drop nailed Ericsson, Sweden's satanic three-line symbol, controlling global calms. Loretta Lynch locks shadow contracts for Hillary's dynasty. The internal enemy is vicious, embedded, but bleeding out fast. Trump roared, no timetables, no troop counts leaked. Enemies must never know our plans. But attack we will. Conditions dictate. They can't wait us out anymore. Bunkers echo with fear. Global militaries synchronized in historic 10-day ops, mapping, testing, prepping the final blow. Advanced tech and heavenly backup make defiance impossible. Gas leaks detonate Iran sites. Gaza hosts unbreakable U.S. ports, biggest dog planted in the hottest zone. Mexican cartels fracture. Cuba's Venezuela string snap. Brunson exposes oath fraud, Congress, judges circling so help me. FOIA confirms dark oaths, Skull and Bones 322, Guidestones on March 22. Trump paraded true militia, swearing to the Republic. Checkmate, Night Shield's king. Game over. Social Security funds ghosts, centuries old, unborn with future dates. Illegals flood, green card swapped for passports, bypassing oaths. Replacement accelerates. Yet glory surges. 90% good, 10% evil screams loudest via captured media, faking dominance. Trump's moves manufacture consent, shame traitors, awaken masses. God trains his warriors with miracles, tickets appear, provision from $5. Trust him, impossible. Unfolds. Chaos shatters programming. From ashes rises, raw fellowship with the creator returns. White hats track every play. Ops live. Weekend strike imminent, markets closed, world watches. Iran, Gaza, Latin America, all final theaters. Discernment floods. Angels in camp. Truth liberates. Enemy within falls. God's kingdom manifests. Everything shakes, so only the unshakable remains. WWG1. The storm rages. Victory is ours in the Almighty. 10. Thursday, March 5, 2026, emergency protocol initiated. Trump and Space Force ready to activate EBS as Iran collapses, every phone and TV overridden. Shocking confessions and classified arrest footage set for release. Syria next in the military cleanse. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Patriots, the storm is here and it's biblical. Leaked intel straight from Cheyenne Mountain and Peterson Space Force Base confirms it. President Trump has greenlit the final phase. With Operation Epic Fury crushing the Iranian regime, Ayatollah Khamenei already taken out in precision CENTCOM strikes. The emergency broadcast system is locked and loaded for immediate activation. This isn't a drill. Space Force satellites are primed to seize total control. Every TV, radio, cell phone, and internet device worldwide will be overridden in one massive military takedown. No escape, no mainstream media spin, just raw truth blasting into every home. Trump signed Executive Order 2026 47 weeks ago, authorizing this nuclear-level override for national security. Triple authentication from Trump himself, General Dan Kane, and Space Force Commander General Chance Saltzman is all that's needed to flip the switch. The EBS will unleash pre-recorded bombshells exposing the globalist cabal's treason, dark financial trails leading straight to Soros, Rothschild banks, Gates Foundation bioweapon labs, and Vatican slush funds. Captured Iranian generals have already cracked under military tribunals, spilling everything on Assad's secret facilities and how deep state puppets funneled billions through Swiss accounts to fuel endless proxy wars. Iran falls in 4 weeks or less, Trump confirmed it himself. It'll take 4 weeks, or less, full lock-in now. The regime is crumbling fast, key figures eliminated, nuclear dreams obliterated. And Syria. It's next. Operation Silent Storm is staging right now, Delta Force and Marine units in Jordan ready to storm Damascus and wipe out Assad's Iranian-backed terror hubs. No more bioweapons, no more child trafficking networks hidden in underground bases. The White Hats have purged 23 flag officers, thwarted CIA sabotage plots, and seized assets to fund the whole reset. This is the Great Awakening in real time. The EBS will drop live arrest footage, forced confessions from high-level traitors, and undeniable proof that the deep state planned to enslave humanity forever. Obama-era operatives like Evelyn Farkas already tribunaled and gone. 7 CIA saboteurs arrested mid-plot. Quantum-resistant DARPA encryption ensures nothing stops the broadcast, not blackouts, not hacks, not even their last desperate EMP attempts. Quanons hold the line, the military is in full control. The elites are panicking as their proxy empires collapse. Iran was just the start, Syria seals the Middle East cleanse. Then the floodgates opened globally, EU terror financing exposed, endless wars ended, trillions clawed back for the people. Trump leads from Mar-a-Lago, Raven Rock switch flipped, mobile units in every state. The final reset is imminent, freedom, prosperity, and justice for all who fought in the shadows. The deep state thought they could hide forever. They were wrong. The storm has arrived, and it's taking no prisoners. WWG1. Stay vigilant, patriots, the broadcast changes everything. Epstein file. So Thursday, March 5, 2026, 50,000 Epstein files were missing. They just found them. And now Bondi has been subpoenaed. Mr. Poole final chapter. The House Oversight Committee just voted to subpoena Attorney General Pam Bondi under oath before Congress. The reason? 49,718 documents that the DOJ claimed were missing from the Epstein investigation. They weren't missing. They were hidden. What was in the missing files? When the DOJ released the Epstein operational files on March 1, researchers noticed gaps. Entire sections referenced documents that weren't included. Page numbers skipped. Exhibits cited files that didn't exist in the release. 49,718 pages. Gone. Until a whistleblower inside the DOJ contacted the House Oversight Committee with a flash drive. The files had been moved to a classified server, not by Bondi's team, but by holdovers from the Biden administration who were still embedded in the DOJ's records division. They didn't delete them. They reclassified them. Buried them under national security designations that would have kept them sealed for 75 years. The same trick they used with the JFK files. The same playbook. Different crime. What the files contain according to the whistleblower's sworn affidavit: financial records linking 14 sitting members of Congress to Epstein-connected POCs, travel manifests from 3 private airlines, not just Epstein's jet, that transported VIPs to the island. Communication intercepts between Ghislaine Maxwell and senior intelligence officials from 2008 to 2019, medical records from the island's clinic, documenting injuries consistent with trafficking victims. This isn't about what happened on the island anymore. This is about who helped cover it up, inside the U.S. government, for 20 years. Bondi's response: Bondi released a statement within an hour. I welcome the subpoena. I have nothing to hide. The people who reclassified these documents do not. She's not fighting it. She's using it. The subpoena gives Bondi a public platform to name the officials who buried the files. Under oath. On camera. In front of the world. Trump's DOJ isn't blocking the investigation. The deep state inside the DOJ is. And now they've been caught. 50,000 files. 75 years of silence. 1. Whistleblower changed everything. Share this before they try again. Crucified over. Has to end. The MAGA wire on Telegram Thursday, March 5, 2026. Jeffrey is alive and blackmailing U.S. politicians. The 17th letter on Telegram Thursday, March 5, 2026. Just in, Trump forces big tech to pay full cost of power for AI data centers. Americans will not foot the bill. Thursday, March 5, 2026. Breaking special report. Trump just destroyed Britain's 300-year stranglehold on global trade. End of the Crown's energy empire. Thursday, March 5, 2026. The old banking order is collapsing. Any banks not Basel III compliant, their monies were gold/asset backed, by the end of February 2026 has been forced to close. Just in the last 72 hours, 57 deep state banks have been wiped out. The quantum financial system is live across the globe. The corrupt Federal Reserve lies dismantled, fully absorbed into the restored U.S. Treasury. IRS gone forever, abolished. No more income tax slavery funneling wealth to the elites, replaced by fair tariffs plus a small flat sales tax on new non-essential goods only. None on food or medicine. The IMF has been disconnected from any QFS interface, therefore rendering it offline. All personal bank account balances were now mirroring onto the new QFS, with the monies automatically gold/asset backed. Instructions on how to access your personal gold/asset backed bank account, now referred to as a wallet, on the QFS at official redemption centers will be given when the emergency broadcast system is activated. S. Voter fraud. Thursday, March 5, 2026. China, whistleblower exposes massive operation and foreign involvement in the U.S. 2020 election, connected to a Chinese factory producing 500,000 counterfeit ballots monthly and fake IDs. This aligns with Sidney Powell's evidence of plane loads of fraudulent ballots and IDs entering via Mexico and Canada borders, including U.S. Customs and Border Protection's interception of over 19,000 Chinese-origin fake IDs at Chicago's O'Hare Mail facility. The scheme matches testimonies and seized physical evidence used to generate fraudulent IDs, registrations, voters, and ballots, representing some of multiple methods deployed across states to steal the 2020 election through extensive foreign involvement, installing Joe Biden as a deep state presidential puppet. MAGA voice on Telegram. Thursday, March 5, 2026. Wisconsin 2020 election official blows the lid off of a massive voter fraud operation with over 1.5 million illegally registered voters, and 155K fake voters, with enormously inflated voter rolls containing over 7.1 million registered voters in the state when there's only a total of 4 million adults who live in the state of Wisconsin in the first place. These figures aren't errors. These figures expose sophisticated intentional fraud operations. They also reviewed addresses from the county's own registry and property taxes and found even more fraud, with tens of thousands of fake voters all registered to the same address, with some properties that haven't even existed in over 10 years. Imagine how many other fake addresses there are and the thousands of fake voters associated with those addresses in every state across the nation. The 2020 election was stolen. Government fraud. Thursday, March 5, 2026. Not only did Waltz know about fraud, he threatened people trying to expose the fraud. You lose your job. Lose your home. They'll track your children. They'll make sure you can't get a job in government. The criminality in Minnesota is off charts. SGN on Telegram. Thursday, March 5, 2026. Arizona Katie Hobbs is being investigated for bribery, fraud, conspiracy, and racketeering. Oz Republic detailed how state contractor Sunshine Residential Homes bribed Hobbs and Oz Democrats with $400,000 and in returns got millions more in taxpayer dollars. Thursday, March 5, 2026, historic 9-0 ruling. Supreme Court hands Trump total power to deport millions, appeals court's order to stand down immediately, 10 days of darkness on Telegram patriots. The hammer just dropped in March 2026. In a unanimous 9-0 thunderclap, the United States Supreme Court has delivered the knockout blow the deep state never saw coming. President Donald J. Trump now holds absolute, unchecked executive authority to deport millions of illegal invaders who flooded our borders under the Biden regime's open-door treason. Lower appeals courts silenced. Nationwide injunctions dead. Activist judges muzzled for good. The ruling, handed down this week, obliterates every illegal roadblock erected by globalist puppets and Soros-funded NGOs. The court declared that immigration enforcement is a core Article 2 presidential power, plenary, exclusive, and non-reviewable by rogue district judges or circuit courts playing politics. No more waiting for endless appeals, no more sanctuary city shields, no more catch-and-release loopholes. Trump's mass deportation machine is now fully green-lit and unstoppable. This isn't just about numbers, it's biblical-level justice against the cabal's deliberate demographic replacement scheme. Millions of military-age males funneled in to destabilize America, vote fraud rings built on fake identities, human trafficking networks protected by deep state handlers, all of it exposed and now targeted for swift removal. ICE, Border Patrol, and newly deputized state militias are mobilizing at warp speed under Trump's direct command, with military logistics already in play to transport deportees en masse. Key flashpoints: California's governor screaming in panic as deportation flights ramp up from LAX and San Diego, New York's mayor begging for federal mercy while buses roll out, Chicago and Denver sanctuary strongholds cracking under pressure as local law enforcement finally stands aside. The court's order is crystal clear: any attempt to obstruct faces immediate contempt charges, asset freezes, and potential treason probes for officials who defy the ruling. White hats inside the DOJ and FBI are purging the last holdouts, ensuring full compliance. Trump's team has the lists: gang members, cartel operatives, terror watch list hits, welfare fraudsters, and chain migration exploiters, all prioritized. Planes are fueling, detention centers expanding, and international agreements with origin countries locked in for rapid repatriation. The deep state's dream of turning America into a borderless third-world vassal state shattered in one historic morning. This is the Republic reborn, sovereignty restored, citizens protected, traitors on notice. The awakened patriots who fought through the steal, the lockdowns. Trump didn't just win an election, he reclaimed the nation from enemy occupation. The storm has arrived, the invaders are leaving, and the greatest comeback in history is in full swing. Feel that fire in your soul. This is what victory looks like: raw, righteous, and relentless. Spread this truth everywhere, stay locked in, keep your frequency elevated, and watch the deep state's empire collapse under the weight of justice. WWG1 Trump is delivering, the Republic rises, and nothing can stop what's coming next. Thursday, March 5, 2026. Iran. Dr. Kayan Zamarodi explain what's really happened in Iran. You know, when you hear us Persians say that we've been foreign occupied by Islam, what we mean is genuinely the people that have taken us over. These guys are right here. He shows Iran leaders, they are not even Iranian, They are not even Persian. These are Arab Islamists who have come into our country, taken us over and forced our people to follow their rules. Look at the flag that they replaced ours with. Shown in video, can you see the small letters embedded within the flag? These are Arabic letters. Our own people can't even read the flag. This is the level of foreign occupation we're talking about, and I think not many people are aware of the situation. So it's important to spread this message so you guys understand what we are going through here and why we're so passionate about getting our land back. Thursday, March 5, 2026. Iran, by Professor Mazen Koumsieh. Professor Mazen Koumsieh teaches and does research at Bethlehem University, BU, and directs the BU's Cytogenetics Laboratory and the Palestine Museum of Natural History and Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability in Occupied Palestine. He also taught at Birzeit and Al-Quds universities. He is author of Sharing the Land of Canaan, Human Rights and the Israeli/Palestinian Struggle, Popular Resistance in Palestine, A History of Hope and Empowerment, Mammals of the Holy Land, and The Bats of Egypt. He formerly served on the board of the Palestinian Center for Rapprochement Between People in Beit Saran al-Owad Cultural and Theater Society at Aida Refugee Camp X. Thursday, March 5, 2027. United States Press Secretary Caroline Claire Leavitt on Obama conspired to overthrow the United States government in 2016, Dan Bongino on Telegram. U.S. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Now, nearly 10 years later, thanks to the declassification of documents by the Director of National Intelligence, Gabbard, the truth has finally come to light, and it vindicates President Trump and his family. Barack Hussein Obama, along with his entire administration, conspired to overthrow the United States government in 2016. Press Sec. While pretending to engage in a peaceful transfer of power, Barack Hussein Obama, in private, went to great and nefarious lengths to sow discord among the public and sabotage his successor, President Trump. The new evidence released by the Director of National Intelligence confirms that the Obama administration manufactured and politicized intelligence, which was later used as justification for baseless smears against President Trump, an effort to delegitimize his victory before he even took the oath of office. The truth is that President Trump never had anything to do with Russia, and the Russia collusion hoax was a massive fraud perpetrated on the American people from the very beginning. The worst part is that Obama knew the truth, as did all the other officials involved, including former CIA Director John Brennan, former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper, former FBI Director James Comey, former Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, and many others. Hillary Clinton, Susan Rice, Loretta Lynch, Sally Yates, Lisa Monaco, Adam Schiff, Peter did Lisa, Lisa did Peter, Bruce Hoare, Nellie Hoare, Robert Mueller, Rod Rosenstein, Andrew Weissman, Valerie Jarrett, Ben Rhodes, John Carlin, Mary McCord, James Baker, Jonathan Moffa, Michael Corton, David Loffman, Samantha Power, John Kerry, Dennis McDonough, Jim Rabitsky, Bill Priestap, Christopher Steele, Richard Dearlove, Alexander Downer, Stefan Halper, Joseph Mifsud, Sergey Milian, Sidney Blumenthal, Cody Shearer, Terry McAuliffe, Jonathan Weiner, John Podesta, Huma Abedin, Anthony Weiner, Cheryl Meals, Heather Samuelson, Jake Sullivan, Robbie Mook, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Peter Kojic, Rachel Brand, Matthew Axelrod, Mary Jacobe, Preet Bharara, Josh Campbell, Jennifer Palmieri, Sir Andrew Wood, Robert Hannigan, Alexandra Chalupa, Michael Sussman, Dmitry Alperovich, and officials from the DNC, CrowdStrike, and Fusion GPS, including Glenn Simpson, as well as Perkins Coie, including Mark Elias, falsified intelligence as part of a seditious conspiracy with the sole intent of toppling the United States government during the 2016 presidential election. And Christopher Wray! Press Sec. The Director of National Intelligence Gabbard's report further confirms what we already knew: there was no collusion, no corruption, except on the part of Barack Obama and the weaponized intelligence agencies at the time. The Russia hoax was a blatant lie, all ginned up by Democrat political operatives that were signed off on by Barack Obama and leaked to the news media to launch a years-long witch hunt against President Trump and his first administration. Allies of the president, including his own son Donald Trump Jr., were disgustingly smeared as Russian assets, and some even had their lives destroyed because of this vicious lie.
The Khazarian mafia is now in a very desperate last-minute struggle to make sure that we never, ever escape the digital prison they're trying to build for us. Right now, Israel is trying to get American politicians to make it mandatory to have 5-year jail sentences for people who criticize Israel. At the same time, they are installing face recognition software everywhere with cameras, and they will be able to identify you real time and arrest you for things you say or do. And it's not about crime. In one example, in the UK, a woman was arrested by 11 people who came in and while she was having a bath because of some text message she sent. This is just a private text message. This is not even public. And the reason why they're trying to crack down so much is because they are fighting for their lives. They know that this giant scam that they call a government is unraveling in real time. And this is what has been making us poor. I want to show you an example of how fake the government is. As I've written my reports with lots of evidence over the years, NASA stands for not a space agency. Now, in this clip, you can watch NASA astronaut Karen Nyborg explain how they fake or show how they fake spaceflight. Take a look. It's kind of funny, except that literally it's a slush fund that milks us out of billions of dollars, which then goes to bribe people and to enrich these criminals. And that's just a small example. We have, for example, Jared Kushner somehow coming up with $100 billion to buy Warner Brothers. Jared Kushner belongs in jail, not in charge of $100 billion money created out of thin air. And it's only going to get worse. They're setting up death squads in the United States disguised as ICE agents, and they're rounding up dissidents as we speak. And they're trying to fire all patriots from the U.S. military and the enforcement agencies. And I have a special message for FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. You need to get some men with guns and go and arrest Pam Bondi, okay? You're not just going to get anything done by complaining or threatening to resign. This is going to require men with guns. Remember, we're talking about a group of fake politicians, children, in order to be blackmailed by the satanic government of Israel and obey their orders. This is truth, and it requires men with guns. And we also need men with guns to go into the pharmaceutical companies and start arresting executives. Take a look at this clip that they give to our children to understand why this is a life and death matter and we need to arrest them. Watch this clip. How could the medical system have degenerated to that point? It's just mind-boggling that it would allow this to happen. And then they have all their paid shills in the media scream whenever they try to this is all because of a satanic cult of about 1 million members. Many of them are concentrated in high positions, and that's what we need to target. Now, I've asked my military contacts why the military doesn't do something about it, and what the story I got was that anybody who was not obedient to the system and Israel never got promoted past colonel. So I would like to suggest that Colonel Douglas McGregor and his buddies start networking. And the key to doing this is to convince the military police that their commander-in-chief has been replaced by a fraud. Take a look at the Trump in this clip threatening the president of Colombia.
Colombia is producing a lot of drugs. They have cocaine factories that they make cocaine, as you know, and they sell it right into the United States. So he better wise up, or he'll be next. He'll be next too. And I hope he's listening. He's going to be next.
That is obviously not Donald Trump. This is a Zionist fake who has been put in his place, and arresting him is your duty if you're in the military police. And we need to end this nightmare because they're turning up the screws, and they're really gonna try very hard to kill dissident journalists and dissident citizens and everybody else they can. And we need a mass uprising, and it is happening. And I ask people to take personal action. If you see one of these uh, Satanist Zionist puppets in public, confront them. Look what they did to Kristi Noem of the Israeli Department of Homeland Security. Okay, that's what should happen every time these people appear in public. Better still is if you can arrest them, make a citizen's arrest, but that would require men with guns. Again, we need the agencies and the military to understand that the people at the top are criminals, and they're trying to create a digital prison. An example of this was the Chabad death cult. Remember, they want to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. It's in their writings. They just gave a reward to the Peter Thiel's company Palantir for facial recognition software, because this allows them, gives them the potential to turn the entire Western world into a huge slave camp. And that's what they're trying to do. The Swiss government rejected Palantir because they realized that this was going to turn the Swiss people into puppets of Israel. And Israel itself needs to be dealt with. That's the heart of the beast. And, we're asking the Turkish to send in their military and clean that place up. Now, I'll give you a list of some names of people who, if we arrest them publicly, this nightmare should end. We've got Larry Fink, he should go. Jared Kushner, Ursula von der Leyen, Brigitte Macron, who my French intelligence sources tell me is actually Jean-Michel de Rothschild, Friedrich Merz of Germany, Keir Starmer in the UK, and the usual stuff. Of course, Benjamin Netanyahu has to be arrested. If we can get rid of these people, we can end this nightmare. And the other thing people do need to understand is no matter how grim the situation looks, this is confined to the West, and the West is headed for bankruptcy. There's no way they can avoid it. China just announced $1 trillion trade surplus. And that's based on real things. That's, computers and televisions being put into boxes and shipped around the world. This is not hallucinatory numbers created on stock markets that don't actually have a basis in reality. And the West has some payments coming due, which they're not going to be able to make. So, for example, my French intelligence sources tell me that the EU and France have a whole bunch of bonds coming due by March, and they don't have the money to pay for it, which is why they're now talking about seizing Russian money that they have illegally frozen. But that's, even if they seize that money, it's going to be a temporary stopgap because they just don't have the real economy to back up all their numbers and their bank computers. The same with the United States. These tariffs are bringing in less than a tenth of what the United States government needs. And I have asked the Chinese to please not finance this criminal circus anymore. We need to end this, and the West needs to start with a jubilee, cancel all the debt slavery, end it all, and then put really competent people in charge of economic planning and have them do it on behalf of the people and the elected representatives of the people. But in order to be able to have the elected representatives really represent the people, of course, we're going to need to take away control of the corporate media from these criminals so that people can get accurate information. At the same time, we have to ban corporate donations and money being used to control politicians. In other words, temporarily, we're going to need a military government to arrest all these blackmailed and bribed criminals, and then to restore freedom of the press before we can have real elections, and then we can have people who actually represent Americans, which is not what we have in politics now. And then we can start building the kind of future that people want. So the current young generation can afford a house, which they can't now. And again, I think it's probably going to be that 18 to 34-year-old generation that's going to have to take action, because the baby boomers, too many of them are brainwashed and bribed, and they're not going to be able to take action. So it's going to be up to the young people. But I do hope that things are going to happen. But we all need to push. This is a dangerous time now. They are desperate, cornered animals, and they're trying everything they can to make sure that we never ever escape from the digital prison they're building. For example, the fake Trump is just saying states cannot regulate AI because they want to use these huge data centers and face recognition so they can put us under complete mental control before they themselves end up facing war crimes trials. And let's not sugarcoat it. With a fake mercenary company they called Russian, which wasn't. And this was to depopulate that country. This is a genocide. And of course, what's happening in Gaza. And then you have this, reality TV guy, Pete Hegseth, pretending he's in charge of the military. He's not. He's not competent to be, and he needs to be arrested along with all the other people. So it's time to take action, folks. But even if you don't, I guarantee you this whole thing will implode. The rest of the world has already been liberated, and I don't see how they're going to be able to kick the can down the road much past maybe mid 2026 at the most. That's what the experts say, looking at the finances, and hopefully it'll all end sooner. But we need to take action. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. You said that the Macrons were in China. Why do you believe that they were not picked up then and there? What are your thoughts?
Well, the Chinese actually obey international law, and they are formally the head of state of France and his wife, supposedly. So the Chinese respect international law, but at the same time, they made it clear they're not going to, provide these people with the money they came begging for, and that'll end it for that regime in France because they are bankrupt. They've lost the ability to steal resources from Africa, and without that, they're going to have to declare bankruptcy and then restructure everything. But what I'm hearing from my French sources is that there's going to be some kind of real regime change. It's not going to be peaceful, and it's going to be violent, and it's going to involve the military. So that's what's going to probably happen in France and probably the rest of the G7. Next question.
Evan, we haven't heard a whole lot about Palestine recently and the Israel invasion. Can you shed a little light about what is going on there right now?
Again, this is a last-minute attempt by these criminals to have a state completely dominated only by their ethnic group so that they can have a place where they can continue their transnational crime, their pedophilia, and everything else. And we need Egypt and we need Turkey to go in with their armies and clean that place up and replace it with the multi-religious, multi-ethnic state of Judea. And I know there's support across the region for that, and it's time to do it. But the reason I don't follow the situation with Judea or Palestine closely is because it's an endless recurring loop of the same story over and over and over again. The same with the Ukraine. They say, "Oh, we're going to have peace." No, we're not. We're going to have peace. No, we're not. They're turning in circles, and it's time to step in and end that turn. Next question.
Hi, Ben. When the Trump administration bombs the boat from Venezuela, do you believe that they were actually drug smugglers on that boat, or was this some sort of show of force?
They may or may not have been drug smugglers, but it was still a show of force. And even if they were drug smugglers, under international military law, uh, that was a war crime, especially when you have it's in the U.S. Legal manual. When you have two people floating, helpless, shipwrecked, unable to, that is actually punishable by death under military law. And that should then wake up all the other generals to the fact that they are sworn to obey the law and the Constitution, which a lot of them seem to have forgotten. Next question.
Speaking of Hegseth, what are your thoughts in regards to the White House changing his position from Secretary of Defense to Secretary of War? What's really the point of this?
The point is that they are bankrupt and they're threatening war. They're threatening mayhem and some kind of attempt to steal money. Although, to be honest, calling it Ministry of War is actually more honest. That's what they called it during World War II. And, right now, the way it's been since World War II, it's been an aggressor around the world. They have been waging war everywhere on behalf of people who don't have America's best interests at heart. So, at least they're being honest about calling it Department of War, but we really should have a Department of Defense whose only job should be to defend the American people, not go around stealing oil for the Zionist oligarchs as they do now. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Why are the White Hats waiting to arrest these fake actors? What is the purpose for the wait? Do they not have the authority, or is it in regards to their ability?
I think that they're so used to obeying orders that they've been they're like being deer frozen in the headlights. They don't know what to do, and especially over since the Obama regime, only really dumb people have been promoted to the top. So it's going to have to be sold by the colonels, the people who actually do the real fighting, and not the armchair generals. I think that's what has to happen. Next question.
Ben, we have our last question for today. I think we're starting to see the upper limits of inflation and public unrest before we hit a breaking point in the United States and many other parts of the world. Do you expect a national or even global market crash or events of proportionate catastrophe to occur within the near future?
Well, it's easy to say there's a bubble. It's hard to say when it's going to pop, But clearly, the stock market is way out of touch with any, sort of reality. So when you have Tesla, who's losing market share and whose products are now considered inferior, being worth more than all the other car companies in the world combined. That's just not true. It's fake. Same with all these AI companies, everything else. But the good thing is that the stock market isn't reality, okay? These are just numbers on computers. Even if it crashes and goes to zero, there will still be the same amount of houses, factories, farms, people, knowledge. And personally, I think they should just unplug all the financial system computers and we need to reboot uh, and start with the elimination of all debt to end debt slavery and then get people back to work, working on behalf of the United States and the world and the people and not on behalf of satanic pedophiles, which is the case now. So I think there should be a controlled implosion of the stock market, and then it needs to be restored to its traditional function of actually assigning value based on traditional metrics. It's no longer the case. Now it's just people with money printing machines using the stock market to launder money to their friends. And that's why the United States real economy is losing to China big time. And if we don't improve our systems of economic governance, we are all going to be working for the Chinese. It's already happening. And it's going to get worse unless we start fixing the real economy and getting out of this virtual fake financialized economy. It's just it's broken. Okay, as an example, you have to have a 50-year mortgage to buy a house, and you spend the first 25 years just paying interest, and you end up paying $1.4 million for a $400,000 house. That house should only cost $10,000, and some kid in his 20s should be able to afford it. That's the sort of system we need. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again in 5. Right now, financial Sherpas are working through back channels to plan for a jubilee and a complete revamp of the world's financial system. And this is going to be a lot bigger than people realize. Think about finance as a process of deciding what we as a species do in the future. In the West, this has been controlled by a messianic fanatics who are trying to start World War III and kill 90% of humanity. This is a fact, and they have slowed human progress by probably millions or thousands of years. I'll start with a small example. If you remember the Chiasso incident in 2009, 2 Japanese diplomats were arrested and had $134 billion worth of bonds taken away from them. They wanted to go to Switzerland to ask for permission to use those bonds to build a tunnel connecting Japan and Korea. And so why do the Japanese and Koreans need to go to Switzerland to get permission to build a tunnel? This shows this, and they were denied. The bonds were taken away and they were denied. But this is an example of the sort of project they have blocked. For example, there should be a bridge connecting Alaska to Eurasia, or a tunnel. And you could have trains going from New York to London, and of course, transportation. This is a small example, but there are much bigger examples. The fact is that a lot of technology has been kept away from us. Anti-gravity is real, and it could completely revolutionize everything, transportation, everything. But they don't let it happen. They keep it to themselves. And again, over the decades of reading science magazines, every time I saw something about a discovery that would allow people to live longer, someone would put a paragraph in right at the end saying, but it will never be commercially available. So they're trying to prevent us from living long too. This is and they're also, but the point is that now we have reached a breaking point. The lies are falling apart, and I want you to look at these following 2 videos. So in the videos you're about to see, one, you have RFK Jr. speaking in front of the world's TV cameras and President Trump, where he is blaming the Biden administration for having 300,000 children disappear. This is not a conspiracy website. This is a government official speaking on the record. That makes it very different. And then the next clip, you see President Bukele of El Salvador talk about how he's, got witnesses to sacrificing babies to Satan. Again, this is an acting president speaking on the record, not some, conspiracy blog or whatever. This all shows that a fundamental breakthrough has happened, and this old elite really is going to be removed from power. There's just nothing they can do to stop it. And a lot of them are willing to change tactics and change what they're going to do. And I think I'm hoping, too, that Mark Carney, who just got confirmed as Prime Minister of Canada again after winning the election, is probably going to be reading from a new script. What I mean is that he was the carbon causes global warming guy, but now that a decision has been made that, it's not going to be decarbonization anymore, it's going to be increase the amount and variety of life, including human life, that he'll be working under this new big goal and will help with the oil industry, help build pipelines so Canada could export their oil to Asia, which they've been blocked from doing by all sorts of, Rockefeller maneuvers. And as far as, Canada and the United States joining, well, they were kind of de facto joined, but I agree with most Canadians that we don't want Trump taking over Canada as the 51st state. Rather, Canada should be taking over the bankrupt United States and turning it into a normal, not a rogue country. That's the real goal that we should be working towards. In any case, all this is going to be coming up soon, and a lot of breakthroughs are happening. A lot of truth is coming out. Another one that's come out is that we have, in this clip below here, you can see big swinging Mike or Michelle Obama admit that he is a black man.
I wanted to talk, Marlon, a bit about, just so proud of how you are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a black man. Would you care to share that journey of?
Well, I learned.
That's him saying it. So that shows again that, all the lies are being exposed and a new era of truth is coming out. Of course, there's still many more lies out there. We have this problem with the Ukraine. And for some reason, the Trump administration has been talking about rare earths in Ukraine, which is a fiction. There are no rare earths. So I think they finally reached a mineral deal that's giving the U.S. access to Ukraine's minerals, or a 50-50 split, but they don't seem to have the money for it. So something is very fishy there. But what Ukraine does have is they have a lot of oil and gas and the world's best agricultural land. And that's the reality that they should be focusing on, not some sort of fake rare metal thing, which doesn't exist. Rare metals are everywhere. The problem is getting all the centrifuges up and running to extract them, and that's going to take 5 years, no matter what Trump says about it. But in any case, we're seeing progress there. But we also see very powerful resistance still from the Khazarian mafia. We have Vladimir Zelensky, who apparently has a contract on his head, victory parade in Moscow. So he is openly breaking international law by threatening to kill world leaders, and he should be arrested. I think he will. And we still see something very wrong with the European Union. They haven't got rid of von der Leyen yet, although it's clear they don't hold any cards. They're saying now we're not going to accept U.S. tariffs. Well, what can you do about it exactly? Another thing I noticed is that there was an incredible blackout all across Spain and Portugal. And my sources tell me this was a black hat operation, not a white hat operation. Now, I don't know the details, but I do know that when a similar blackout happened in the Netherlands, all the criminal elite fled the country. They used the opportunity to get the hell out. So I'm suspecting a lot of Spanish elites went to underground bases in, I don't know where, maybe Argentina during this blackout, but I can't confirm this. However, one more clip I'd like to share with you. Here we have Catherine Austin Fitts, the former U.S. government official, talk about the $21 trillion that has disappeared from the U.S. military budget. And she's saying it probably went to the construction of underground bases. Yes, I've confirmed from multiple sources that the elite really did build a vast network of underground bases where they were going to hide while they nuked the surface of the planet as part of their plan to kill 90% of humanity. So yeah, they built giant underground facilities where they could grow food and stay away from the surface. So this is real. This is coming out. We've got a lot more ahead of us yet, but the fact that it's all mainstream and it's public leaders on the record shows that something fundamental has changed. Now, the thing that still has to be reached is a deal between China and the United States, and I think that will happen by mid-June, because June 14th is Trump's birthday and June 15th is Xi Jinping's birthday, and the Chinese are now just coming up with a new 5-year plan for 2026 to 2030, and they're going to have to talk to the Americans so that they can figure out their plan. But Uh, the fact is that China is beating the U.S. economically because they do plan for the future. They say, where do we as a country want to be 5 years from now? And they figure out how to get there. The U.S. does not have that sort of long-term planning. That's why I believe that under Mark Carney and the new leadership of Trump and stuff, that approval will go ahead for the Future Planning Agency so that the West can map out its own future plans and not be left in the dust by the Chinese, which is what is happening now. The fact is that Trump has lost the tariff war, and they're now reaching out to try to reach a deal. And I'm sure the Chinese will be more than accommodating. So other things that just, mentioned, there's still various attempts by these fanatics to start World War III. They failed. Multiple attempts to try it in the Korean Peninsula. They failed with Iran, and they failed with, now they're trying to get India and Pakistan to start a nuclear war against each other. This was definitely a third-party provocation aimed at getting these two countries to fight, and they're shooting at each other across the border, but I believe that saner heads will prevail and this will not escalate out of control, because I think they're realizing that they're being played. So we'll expect more good things to happen starting in late May, and I'll be leaving Japan soon, and hopefully I'll be involved in some of this. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Ivan, we have our first question for today. We're still getting chemtrails daily in Albuquerque. Any news on the efforts to end these trailings?
Well, RFK Jr. Has come out publicly to say that he's going to try to find out who and what is behind the chemtrailing, and that's a government official speaking on the record. So hopefully that will come out and it will stop. But we all want to know what that is. And I've mentioned many times, the only direct personal information I got from the military myself about it was that these were reflective substances for a laser-based radar system that can detect objects as small as 1 millimeter or 1 centimeter in size. And so maybe they're protecting us against something, but we have also many, many witnesses saying that these are full of toxins, and we need to get to the bottom of it. And I'm glad to see that RFK Jr. is talking about it in public, because that means there will be action. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Have you and your sources heard of an impending global disaster related to plate tectonics, like a realignment of Earth's tectonic plates? Many refer to the New Madrid faults going off in the United States, along with the San Andreas and others, as well as big adjustments in the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and Pacific Ridge, causing most of Earth's plates to adjust. There are a few different schools of thought regarding the explanation for this, but without clouding the issue, are you aware of the prediction, and what are your thoughts on it?
Well, there have been predictions like this forever. Here in East Asia, everybody's saying that it's going to be some kind of huge tsunami earthquake event in July that will cause massive destruction throughout the South China Sea and Japan, and that's why Chinese tourists have all canceled their vacations to Japan in July. And there's talk about, some big thing happening in the United States. But personally, I don't think so. I mean, I've been hearing this sort of stuff forever, and I just don't believe it's going to happen. But the fact is that there is technology that can set off earthquakes, and if we get the rogue actors behind this under control, they could try to do something very nasty on that front. But I'm not hearing anything. For example, before Fukushima, I got very specific warnings at a very high level, concrete warnings, saying that there's a ship off the sea drilling into the seabed. I don't hear anything like that, nothing concrete about earthquakes this time. Personally, I'm not going to worry about it. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'll keep an eye on that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What's up with Zelensky and Trump meeting privately at the Vatican in a completely staged photo op? What do you think was the conversation, and what should we expect from it?
Well, The Economist magazine, which is owned by the Rothschilds and the Agnellis, who are the kind of families behind Zelensky, said that he was basically begging for protection. That's what I've heard. I don't think he's going to get it, but I don't have a personal insight here there. But I do know that everyone is getting ready to throw Zelensky and that whole group under the bus. Don't forget, they murdered 65,000 Ukrainian children, and I don't think that Zelensky got what he wanted from Trump. He's not going to be protected. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you have any intel in regards to the apparent suicide, quotation, of Epstein and Prince Andrew accuser Virginia Giuffre? Do you know if she was placed in protection or actually did she take her own life?
Again, at the end of the day, it's going to be the military who are going to decide if they're going to go ahead with war crimes tribunals for these people or they're going to go for truth and reconciliation. They're the only ones with the power to actually do something about it, and hopefully we'll see that happen. But right now, the fact is it's not happening. But as I mentioned in my talk, the fact that RFK Jr. is talking in front of the media with President Trump about 300,000 missing children and that they're going to find out what happened to them shows that this investigation is not going to be stopped. Next question.
And then we have our last question for today. Regarding Carney, what is the relationship between Carney and Epstein Maxwell? What is the relationship between Carney and Friedland? And what is Carney's stance on climate change and net zero?
I'm guessing that since Carney got such elite jobs as being governor of the Bank of England, that he allowed the Rothschilds to have some sort of compromat or blackmail material over him. But I don't have the details. But I do understand, as I mentioned in my talk, that he's going to stop this net zero business because a high level decision has been made that we are carbon-based life, and the more carbon there is in the air, the more life there is. So I'm hoping, and his own comments make it seem that he's not going to do any more of that carbon nonsense. But the jury is still out. We'll know soon from his actions which side he's on. And if he turns out to be a dark hat, I expect the military will do something about it.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Global alert. Final sequence of the plan to save the world has been activated. Military White Hats plus Space Force in charge. Expect EBS, blackout, 10 days of darkness, lockdowns. China, North Korea threatened to invade the U.S. Iraq and 24/7 blackout since Tuesday. Trump remains in a secured facility. 1 million U.S. troops stationed across the nation remain on high alert. Worldwide mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile elites ongoing. Pray. Judy note. President Trump has activated the final stages of the plan to save the world while declaring 92% of Biden executive orders and documents null and void due to illegal auto pen usage. The Global Military Alliance White Hats have taken charge of the worldwide communication system, TV, radio, internet, plus taken control of Iran airspace. U.S., Israel, Iran in war, Iraq in blackout, China, North Korea threatened to invade U.S. Expect worldwide EBS alerts, blackouts, 10 days of darkness, lockdowns. Stock up on food, water, cash, essentials for yourself and others. Why? Cabal's central banks were broke and closing around the world. Gold-backed global currency reset of 209 nations was in progress, taking over the old Cabal SWIFT fiat currency system. But there's going to be a short time where ATMs and banks will be closed during the transition. For centuries, the Vatican Jesuits have not only been in charge of our global financial system, but have run an international. Woods said one of those intelligence agencies was hacked by a group known as Lizard Squad. The blackmail files of rape and murder were obtained and a copy was provided to Isaac Cappy. Cappy gave the files to one friend and the encryption key to another friend shortly before he was murdered in May 13th, 2019. Celebrities and business leaders, I fear the worst. Many issues in our world may be tied to this blackmail scheme, including the bizarre behavior of officials and judges in the recent election. The Ukraine Biden estate was found to be the headquarters of Paradigm Global Advisors. In the late summer of 2006, the Biden family bought Paradigm as a huge hedge fund, fired 95% of staff. By June 2009, the company was found to be a slush fund for laundering money. On Wednesday, January 6th at 9 a.m., just prior to Congress meeting in the Electoral College, the Trump legal team was believed prepared to present extensive documentation of voter fraud, along with proof of Biden's and Roberts' crimes and their connections to foreign intervention in the U.S. 2020 election. Though we didn't have to wait for that, long before the 2020 election, Biden had already announced his crimes to the world. Biden brags about blackmailing Ukraine prosecutor. And there's the link. Biden said, "We have put together the most comprehensive voter fraud organization in the history of politics. And you guys did it for the Obama administration also." There's the link to that video. Joe Biden brags about having the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in history. Ukraine says Biden stole billions from Ukraine, December 25th, 2020. Biden says he doesn't need our votes to get elected. And there's the link. Joe Biden tells voters, "I don't need you to get me elected." Possible timing. Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. EBS activation after Iran, Syria next. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. According to circulating online reports and alleged leaked military documents, preparations have been completed for a potential activation of the emergency broadcast system following the conclusion of the current operation in Iran. These sources claim the system would be triggered immediately after the final phase of Operation Epic Fury. The narrative states that the EBS would function as a full communications override mechanism capable of simultaneously interrupting television, radio, mobile phones, and internet-connected devices. It is described as operating through hardened satellite networks coordinated with Space Force infrastructure, allowing a nationwide broadcast under direct presidential authority. The first transmission, according to these claims, would announce the completion of the Iran operation and introduce a new phase referred to as Operation Silent Storm, allegedly targeting Syria. Reports describe coordinated military positioning, staged units in the region, and preparations for expanded operations. The narrative further outlines a structured activation protocol involving high-level military authentication and secure command facilities. It also claims that the broadcast would include declassified intelligence, recorded confessions, and footage related to ongoing military actions. Additional elements of the story suggest that the system has undergone a technological upgrades in recent years, integrating advanced encryption and satellite control systems designed to prevent interference or sabotage. The broader objective, as presented in these reports, is described as a large-scale institutional reset tied to military operations in the Middle East. At present, there has been no official confirmation of an imminent EBS activation or of the specific operations described. The situation in the region remains fluid, and any expansion beyond current military activity would represent a significant geopolitical development. As always, developments of this scale require official verification. For now, these reports remain unconfirmed, but continue to circulate widely across alternative media platforms. Global Currency Reset, Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. Iraq is in full blackout nationwide. Cause unknown. Iraq is in full blackout nationwide. Be aware. Iraq is experiencing a full-blown nationwide blackout. Cause is currently unknown. Makes me think of Kuwait right before they revalued their currency. And that's on X. Wednesday, March 4th, the Federal Reserve has been experiencing a real-time service disruption since 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today, Wednesday, March 4th, 2026, causing delivery delays for Fed ACH services that process U.S. ACH payments. Wednesday, March 4th, we have a link U.S. debt clock signal, gold silver revaluation, and the fall of central bank control by the City of London. System reset. Monday, February 23rd, bombshell. U.S. debt clock goes nuclear. Jerome Powell and the Fed busted in infinite money Ponzi operation, bleeding America dry. Iran war, Wednesday, March 4th. Iran straight up admitted they're sitting on 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium. They know that's enough for 11 nuclear bombs. They said it with zero shame. Let that sink in. Democrats still want to play nice. President Trump saw the threat and acted. No hesitation, no weakness. America first means you don't wait for a mushroom cloud. He did what a real commander-in-chief does. Protect the homeland. End of story. Wednesday, March 4th, breaking special report. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth confirms U.S. and IDF have achieved full uncontested control of Iranian airspace. March 4th, 2026, President Trump confirms 9,000 American citizens have safely returned to the United States from the Middle East since the launch of Operation Epic Fury. Tuesday, March 3rd, breaking, the White House just released the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury. This is not a war, it's a major combat operation. Wednesday, March 4th, USS Gerald Ford goes dark. One of America's most powerful warships disappears from public tracking. The USS Gerald R. Ford, the most advanced aircraft carrier on Earth, is no longer visible on open source tracking systems. When carriers go silent, it usually means one thing: operational mode. A nuclear-powered supercarrier does not need to broadcast its position. It moves when and where it chooses, with overwhelming force behind it. If the Ford Strike Group is repositioning for combat operations, the strategic message is unmistakable. The world's most powerful navy is preparing. Watch closely. Nassar Jassar's secrets on Telegram. Tuesday, March 3rd, breaking, IDF strikes Iranian leadership. Headquarters during Supreme Leader selection. What's left of the regime just got hit. And Tuesday, March 3rd, breaking, Trump orders U.S. Navy to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. And Wednesday, March 4th, breaking, President Trump reveals countless Iranian regime leaders are now desperately calling and begging to surrender, lay down their weapons, boom, all according to plan. A lot of people are coming forward. A lot of people you'd least expect want to quit and want immunity. At some point, they're probably going to drop and lay down their weapons. In the meantime, we go forward.
Juan O'Savin drops massive intel bombshells in his latest drop, signaling the storm is raging full force against the deep state cabal. As spring blooms across America, patriots sense the shift. Trump's master plan accelerates, dismantling rogue regimes one by one while protecting the homeland. In Iran, the mullah's terror empire crumbles. Trump refused to send endless American boots on the ground, empowering the Iranian people to reclaim their nation. Weapons already flow to resistance fighters, arming thousands to seize destiny. The Supreme Leader's grip weakens. Daily reports surge of massive internal strikes, with the real death toll from regime crackdowns soaring past 75,000 since early this year. The Persian people, with their rich heritage and exiled business geniuses ready to rebuild oil fields and stability, stand poised for liberation. No more bowing to globalist puppets. Trump ends the 47-year war without endless bloodshed. Pray for those brave souls rising up. The White Hats back them fully. The cabal panics as Iran flips from enemy to potential ally. Cuba heats up next. Trump negotiates regime change from within, offering sanctions relief for real freedom and cutting ties to communist vote-rigging networks. Rogue elements sabotaged a small boat-up meant to spark chaos, furious because Trump talks deals instead of invasion. Cuba's tentacles and Venezuela's vote fraud and Maduro's security exposed 71 nations, plus America suffered stolen elections backed by Cuban manipulation, Chinese printed ballots, and globalist machines. Trump offers the Cuban people a path out of captivity, not more war. Smarter than Zelensky or Maduro, Havana's leaders could choose freedom, more and face the consequences. The deep state hates this mercy because it starves their chaos machine. Venezuela already saw justice. Maduro captured in stunning Operation Absolute Resolve. Airstrikes and special forces ending narco-terror overnight. Trump pieces off the globalist chessboard Venezuela, Iran, soon Cuba, and Mexico. No more distractions from domestic cleanup. The ping-pong game ends. America stops chasing tails while China, Britain, and globalists pull strings. At home, fraud exposure explodes. Bond schemes launder trillions. Arkansas-style development bonds funneled Black Ops cash through Wall Street. Zero repayments, 15% flat fees, cleaner than IRS hits. Obama purged bond examiners from IRS, Fed, everywhere. Now catastrophic vulnerabilities loom. Insiders warn, 5 days or 5 years. But when it blows, it's biblical. Trump's team overwhelmed by fraud scale everywhere, yet momentum builds. Tina Peters remains a political hostage in Colorado, her courage unbreakable. But pressure mounts to free her and expose Polis ties to the bond racket. The March 25th conclave gathers real warriors exposing financial treason funding the swamp. No feel-good speeches, just actionable intel to dismantle it. Silver surges as Trump's tariffs and mining negotiations lock in floors way above current levels. Analysts eye $135 to $309 per ounce in 2026, tripling or quadrupling today's price. Patriots stock up. It's the hedge against collapsing fiat empires. Pray hard for our military, the true warriors executing this takedown. Trump's emergency resets loom. Traitors face reckoning. The deep state crumbles. Giants fall. Gitmo expands massively. 10 days of darkness may trigger full transition. Stay vigilant. Anand, the best is coming faster than ever. Trump leads. We win.
I had Juan O'Savin on my show yesterday morning, and he disclosed that they're basically building like 79 new rooms, or 97, 79, something like that. New rooms at Gitmo, 3 more. So he came on my show a couple of years ago, and he said that they built out 2 brand new court systems that could be the proceedings could be televised. And we know Derek Johnson was supposed to go down for that, and then they kind of pulled back on that. I get who knows why. Maybe it'll become clearer later, but they're building 3 more courtrooms for viewing. Wow, they can do 5 at a time. And I can tell you, I've been to military court systems, and they're very rapid, right? Within, you're there and out within an hour or 2, and, everything's settled. What's going to happen. So that's what's going to happen to a lot of these people. We would not, get, these people behind bars or something else for their treasonous actions if they were to stand trial here in the United States. So I know a lot of people are like, why aren't we trying these people? Be patient. I think we're getting very, very close. And just like we've had Ian Trottier on our show a couple times now, he's talked about Brennan. So John Brennan is probably going to be.
Wednesday, March 4th, Juan O'Savin, Bo Polney, and David Nino Rodriguez. All hell is about to loose. Biblical storm unleashed, scales flipping now. Juan O'Savin on Telegram. Patriots, the storm rages full force. U.S. and Israeli strikes have obliterated Iran's regime. Supreme Leader Khamenei eliminated over 1,000 targets hammered in Tehran and beyond. Iranian people flood streets in joy celebration. Finally freed from decades of tyranny, regime retaliates with missiles on Gulf allies. Drones hitting U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, Hezbollah pounded in Lebanon. Trump's red line holds. No nuclear Iran, no more proxy terror. Deep state tools collapse as prophecy ignites in real time. Terror cells activate stateside. 2 mass shootings in one night scream jihad. Austin, Texas bar attack. Shooter in property of Allah. Gear. Iranian flag shirt. Kills 2. Wounds 14 people. Heroes drop him. Cincinnati music venue spray. Leaves 9 injured. Sleeper cells rise. Unvetted millions from open borders. Now unleashed. FBI scrambles. But patriots see the retaliation, head on a swivel. More strikes imminent as dying regime lashes out. Bo Polney unleashes truth. Epic biblical era peaks. Total blood moon, March 3rd, aligns with Purim, third consecutive heavenly sign, a trinity unseen in history. Luke's warnings of sun, moon, stars before the great and terrible day unfold. Book of Esther echoes. Haman's genocide plot flipped in 24 hours. Wicked hanged on own gallows. Scales flip again. Doom's setup becomes God's sudden victory. Millions gone, millions dead, morgues overflowing in one day. 3M's strike as death angel sweeps. Wheat separated from tares. Psalms 37. Wicked vanish, no bodies. Planes crash, cars lock. Global airspace shuts. Stay put when it hits. Crucifixion parallel. Enemies thought they won, killing Christ. 3 days later, resurrection flipped history, granting believers authority to crush serpents. Passover nears, resurrection power surges. Trump, David type, whips deep state money changers, reinstates gold standard, destroys Fed enslavers. Iran, cartels, Venezuela, proxies fall. Protect wealth, 401ks evaporate, gold endures. 107 confirms, not Israel puppetry, neutralizing monsters who killed millions, including U.S. Marines. Iran's 400,000 proxy missiles shattered. Trump arms Saudi Qatar with U.S. systems for decades, binding them to American will, ends perpetual war fraud, brings conflict to head. China proxies crumble. Collision accelerates, but Trump castrates World War III. Alien card incoming. Deep state screams demons as ETs to explain vanishings, hiding God's hand. Great and terrible day nears. Joel 2:31. Eclipse then blood moon fulfilled. Windows, March 19th to the 20th, God's New Year. Patterns to resurrection, April 5th. Time compresses, sudden flip. Wealth transfer to righteous follows. Death angel targets Nephilim, spares the faithful, then victory. Arrests loom, high-profile treason in 3 to 8 weeks. Media liars exposed. QAnon's This Is Climax. Evil crumbles, light erupts. Prepare, hold the line. God wins bigly. Nasara Jassar flood, incoming, as wicked fall forever. What we think we know as of Thursday, March 5th, Wednesday, March 4th, red alert. EPA Chief Lee Zeldin confirms stratospheric chemical spraying, sulfur dioxide into the sky, health risks are real. What used to be called conspiracy is now called official policy. Wednesday, March 4th, all 39 leftists who stormed Minnesota church arrested. Wednesday, March 4th, official report. The fight is real. The EPA admits it. Geoengineering is real, active, and happening now. The fight for the sky has begun. Tuesday, March 3rd, exclusive. The deposition of Secretary Hillary Clinton. Full deposition video. Wednesday, March 4th, boom, Scott Bessent. Trump is waging economic war on British-controlled central banks. It's happening behind the missiles. Wednesday, March 4th, Delcy Rodriguez, who is the president of Venezuela, is doing a great job and working with U.S. representatives very well. The oil is beginning to flow, and the professionalism and dedication between both countries is a very nice thing to see. President Donald J. Trump. Tuesday, March 3rd, just in. Supreme Court shuts down California's secret gender policy. March 3rd, it's official. Democrats in full panic mode as 92% of Biden's orders terminated by emergency decree over illegal auto pen use. Tuesday, March 3rd, breaking special report. President Trump and Scott Bessent confirm 47 has the full right to abolish trade with Spain. Wednesday, March 4th, Obama, with the backing from Hillary Clinton's State Department, deployed a total of $8 billion to the Muslim Brotherhood, which was shared with the group that attacked our consulate in the CIA annex in Benghazi. This means, in essence, that Obama funded the attack on our own consulate and U.S. forces. This ended up creating one of the worst terrorist groups in history, with the help and oversight of John Brennan, CIA, creating ISIS, forming into multiple jihadist groups, slaughtering hundreds of thousands, including Christians, in their original attempt to overthrow Assad in a failed joint covert operation with Brennan's CIA and Saudi Arabia. All roads lead to Obama. The skiff on Telegram. The real news that never made the fake news. Sunday, Biden, Harris, Pelosi, Comey, Clinton treason bomb slated to obliterate Congress on Wednesday. Last Sunday, December 27th, a Ukrainian press conference outlined international corruption sanctioned under a request from Democratic senators and demanded return of billions stolen from the Ukrainian people laundered through what has been referred to as the Biden crime family. While serving as vice president in the Obama administration, Joe Biden outwardly bragged on TV about blackmailing a Ukraine prosecutor. Plus, just before the 2020 election, was also filmed while admitting, "We've put together the most comprehensive voter fraud organization in the history of politics, and you guys did it for the Obama administration." Monday, December 28th, Biden charged with stealing Ukraine billions, treason for communist interference in 2020 election. Politics Before It's News. A Ukrainian press conference outlined international corruption sanctioned under a request from Democratic senators and demanded return of billions stolen from the Ukrainian people that was laundered through what has been referred to as the Biden crime family. Attorney Sidney Powell has completed a 270-page document on election fraud that showed a Biden-Harris link to foreign interference in U.S. election fraud. The research was said to prove a coordinated strategy with Democrats for direct foreign interference in U.S. elections. Evidently, the communist parties of Iran, Venezuela, Russia, and China worked with Democrats to taint the 2020 election. Wednesday, March 4th, after DOJ audits found Minnesota's Somalian daycare centers had stolen over $1 billion in taxpayer dollars in Trump cut-off funds, Tim Walz came out with this statement while bizarrely laughing. Right-wing YouTubers and conspiracy theorists are breaking into daycares demanding access to our children. He says he will stand with Somalians in Minnesota, defending them against what he calls unfair actions. Walz says President Trump is wrongfully confiscating funds that people in the state. Voter fraud. Wednesday, March 4th, Pennsylvania sent out 1.82 million mail-in ballots but received back 2.5 million for the 2020 election, exposing Biden's 682,000 vote spike anomaly. These ballots were counted with no observers, erasing Trump's 700,000 vote lead when states shut down to steal the 2020 election. The Pennsylvania state website later wiped the $2.5 million figure, or 2.5 million figure. Philadelphia election officials testified that hundreds of thousands of ballots were processed with zero oversight. Observers fenced in 15 to 200 plus feet away and unable to watch or challenge ballots. A truck driver discovered thousands of shredded Trump mail-in ballot applications with names and addresses in the back of a dumped trailers at R.R. Donnelly in Indiana. In 2024, Lancaster County exposed an organized fraud operation with over 2,500 fake applications and flagged more than 50% of mail-in ballots for fraud or being incomplete. This is only a fraction of the fraud in Pennsylvania. White Hats on Telegram. Wednesday, March 4th, Arizona, Runbeck whistleblower confirms that Katie Hobbs and her co-conspirator, Adrian Fontes, rigged 3 elections in a row. Runbeck printed approximately 300,000 ballots and illegally inserted them into the tally, not coming from drop boxes, not coming from polling locations, but instead being brought in by employees for the Arizona 2022 general election, effectively overthrowing the state government of Arizona. Wednesday, March 4th, Georgia. A hidden camera bombshell. A Democrat ballot harvesting NGO chief, Joel Caldwell, caught on tape admitting it all. Atlanta, Georgia. Rigs elections, including the 2020 election. They pay people to illegally ballot harvest. They bribe ballot counters and election officials. They forge and falsify ballots. An Atlanta mayor straight up stole the election. He says it all himself, on tape. Joel Caldwell. That's what happened in 2020, because that's when the ballots They started stuffing them ballots, and people stuffing them ballots, and they got videotape of them, but nobody talks about it. They want it. That's why Trump was making that big deal about it, because you see it on videotape. It's like, come on. We see the man pull up and put 100 ballots in this box. You can't do that, shite. So groups was paying people to do just that. Drop off, he continues, against voter ID laws.
A newly leaked document has reportedly exposed the membership list of Bohemian Grove, one of the most secretive and exclusive elite gatherings in the United States. The private retreat, located in Monte Rio, Northern California, has long been associated with powerful figures from politics, finance, media, and industry. The list, which allegedly contains the 2023 camp membership roster, includes roughly 2,200 individuals and is described as a who's who of influential American elites. According to reports, a member of the club privately confirmed the authenticity of the document, though the organization itself maintains a strict policy of secrecy and does not publicly disclose its membership. For decades, journalists have attempted to gain access to the secluded woodland compound where the club hosts its annual summer gathering. Investigative reporters have tried everything from posing as staff members to approaching the compound by river in an attempt to observe the activities inside. The retreat gained widespread attention in the past after footage of its mysterious ceremonies circulated online, fueling ongoing public curiosity and speculation about the nature of the gatherings. The leaked list was reportedly obtained in 2024 by an independent researcher, who persistently contacted a San Francisco club member until the documents were eventually delivered through an intermediary. The information was initially intended for publication through a major investigative outlet, but was ultimately not released at the time. While many names on the roster belong to relatively unknown wealthy individuals, the list also includes high-profile figures from politics, business, and technology. Among the notable names reportedly appearing on the membership roster are Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google and executive chairman of Alphabet; Mike Bloomberg, billionaire businessman and former mayor of New York City; Charles Koch, industrialist and political donor; Henry Kissinger, former U.S. Secretary of State; Jim Belushi, actor and comedian; Ken Burns, documentary filmmaker; Jimmy Buffett, musician and entrepreneur. The list also includes influential investors, financial executives, judges, and political figures with ties to major institutions across the United States. Members of the club are reportedly divided into internal groups known as camps, which function similarly to social fraternities during the retreat. These camps organize gatherings and social activities while members stay at the secluded property during the summer meetings. Despite the high level of public interest, the Bohemian Club continues to operate under strict privacy rules, prohibiting members from discussing club activities, guests, or internal events with the press. As a result, official confirmation of individual membership remains rare. The leak has once again drawn attention to the long-standing mystery surrounding Bohemian Grove and its gatherings, where some of the most powerful figures in American politics, finance, and culture have quietly met for more than a century.
Oh boy, there's so much going on. But first, a little warning. There's quite a few people out there in the truth community. It's become very clear to me that either they're planted there for misinformation, or they don't know what they're talking about. Because I've been blessed to know what's really going on. And I'm listening to some of them, I'm going, either you don't know what's going on, or you're putting out false information on purpose. I don't know which. But my first story should make you smile, and it made me smile when I saw it. There's obviously a number of large American warships around the world, and especially right now with what's going on between Iran and Israel. And the one that's nearby to Iran, the Iranians know it's there, but they haven't attacked it. What they did do was they sunk a supply ship that was supplying it with fuel and ammunition. Very, very clever move. Because now you've got a massive warship right on the border, right on the coast, if you like, of Iran, that's got no weaponry and no fuel. It's a sitting duck. And I'll tell you what, from a tactical point of view, when you're sat on a ship with no ammunition and no fuel, you feel very, very vulnerable. But there's nothing in mainstream media about that. It's interesting, isn't it? Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, off the back of that, 2 drones struck the US Embassy complex in Riyadh. The attack caused a small fire and minor damage.
Well, again, this is mainstream media. It did an awful lot of damage. It completely destroyed the building. And they said it did a little bit of damage. This, again, is mainstream media who put out these stories. It's very important on this part of the journey to have people on the ground who can actually report back to you what's actually happening. Because some of the stuff that's coming out of there right now, you need to have people there to find out the truth. And we're very, very blessed to have people all over the world that are keeping an eye on things. None more so than in the United Arab Emirates, where the mainstream media is painting a very different picture from the people that are on the ground. So be very careful with what you watch and be very, very careful with what you believe. We try our very, very best to bring you the truth every single day. And we have people on the ground to verify this. And to give you an idea, before we put out the stories about what was happening in the UAE, I spoke to 6 or 7 people who were actually on the ground to hear what they were saying, because it was conflicting with what I was seeing on the media, and whether it's mainstream media or social media. And of course, even in social media worlds, they've infiltrated that to try and convince the social media followers of their narrative. The truth always comes out in the end. It's a bit like what happened when Israel claimed that Iran had bombed the Dome of the Rock. This is where the ancient mosque from the 7th century sits. And they've always wanted that land for the third temple. So they bombed it themselves and blamed Iran. The problem is the world's woken up. The world's woken up to the truth. And this is all part of the exposure. But we'll bring you the truth every single day. So if you want to know what's going on in the world, join us on the Insiders Club. And we go live every Wednesday and Saturday for stuff we cannot talk about on the daily news. Have a wonderful day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
President Trump rushed to safety of underground bunker. Over 1 million military personnel deployed across the nation for blackout, EBS activation, martial law. During mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile deep state. Trust the plan. Pray. Judy notes, soon, at any moment, a turn of events will trigger the unbelievable. Our entire government will be invalidated. Escalating World War III alert. Trump and Israel struck Iran because of their continuing threat to cause a nuclear World War III. Israel struck Iran hard during day 4 of the Iran war. Iran's new supreme leader, Ali Reza Arafi, was dead. Israel forces hit the Supreme Council gathering where Iranians were deciding the next supreme leader of the country. Amount of casualties unknown. What's left of the leadership was gathering to choose a new leader. Breaking, Israel reportedly just took out 90-plus Shia clerics, Council of Experts. On Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026 at 11:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, a high alert was issued, and President Trump was transported to an underground bunker due to the safety of sleeper cells, altars, and whoever was lurking in the shadows. By that time, Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, over 1 million military personnel had been deployed nationwide across the U.S. as part of a mass arrest operation and positioning for activation of the EBS. Within the next 2 days, Space Force was expected to activate the EBS across the world. Phones, mainstream media, TV, radio will be shut down. All screens, all channels, one broadcast. Martial law will prevail to maintain order. Power will remain on. A recent document released from Homeland Security said there will be a blackout soon and law enforcement needed to prepare for it. A temporary global lockdown will occur. During this period, the truth will be delivered without interruption. Full disclosure will be shown in sequence documentaries to awaken the masses. JFK Jr. will emerge on the EBS. The son who never left the fight returns to expose the Kennedy coup and deep state ties, or deep state lies. This is the marker. The plan always had him. God protects his warriors. NESARA announcement will be made on the EBS. This marks the official start of the new system and the end of the old world structure. The QFS was already active in the background. Global trust funds and seized cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for return to the people. Central banks have been migrated. The new gold-backed digital U.S. currency, ISO 20022, was live. All transactions were traceable. Corruption has no place to hide. This was the final transition stage. The old market structure cannot survive. What comes next? Stay calm, stay alert. Everything was about to change. Wake up. Judy note. Want to know why this update was confusing at times? It's because both sides of this war between good and evil lie in order to make their best chess move. For instance, the White Hats report that the real King Charles III was executed by the Global Military Alliance on February 10, 2023. But like they did with his mother, Queen Elizabeth, his death won't be announced until it's convenient for the alliance, which evidently now is scheduled for Saturday. The real Jewish people were getting the blame for their foul deeds. The alliance of Trump and Netanyahu to bomb Iran was good for both countries because Iran was threatening to create nuclear war, World War III, and dispose of both countries. Though at the same time, Trump's FBI Director Kash Patel was taking deep state operative Erica Kirk, widow of TPUSA founder Charlie Kirk, to federal court on alleged criminal ties to Jeffrey Epstein, Israeli Mossad, and child trafficking verified by the Epstein files. Remember, it's a three-dimensional chess game, and Trump was a master chess player about to call checkmate to free us all. EBS Alert Global Martial Law. Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. Blackout is coming. Cue the storm on Telegram. The final phase is in motion. Power grids are being shifted to military control. When the lights go out, it will not be darkness. It will be the moment the truth emerges. Stay calm, stay ready, stay with me. The silence you will hear is not fear, it is freedom loading. Communication lines will fall quiet, but the signal will still exist. Those who are awake will know where to listen. Do not disconnect, do not run. This is the point where history splits in two. One world ends, another begins. The blackout is the awakening. When the lights return, nothing will ever be the same. Every phone, every TV, every screen, Trump is about to address the world. The emergency broadcast system has been tested 3 times in the last 48 hours. Not the monthly test, not the quarterly drill. 3 unscheduled activations at 2:17 a.m., 4:44 a.m., and 6:01 a.m. across all FEMA regions simultaneously. Every cell tower, every broadcast station, every satellite uplink. A senior Pentagon official confirmed the president has authorized a direct national address to the emergency alert system through every device in America. No network can cut away. No algorithm can suppress it. Trump will speak directly to 330 million Americans at once. Why now? Because in the last 72 hours, Iran's regime collapsed. Khomeini dead. 6 U.S. soldiers gave their lives. The Epstein tapes are in DOJ custody. All 3,412 hours recovered. The Clinton depositions went public. Bill lied under oath again. The Vatican sealed its archives. Shredders running at 3 a.m. Obama retained 9 criminal defense attorneys. U.S. embassies in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait hit by drones. The American people deserve to know why. Not CNN's version. The truth. The 3 announcements. Sources inside the White House confirm the EBS address will contain 3 announcements. The war, full disclosure on why the U.S. invaded Iran, not nuclear weapons. The deep state vaults, the Epstein connection, everything we've been telling you. The arrests, sealed indictments being unsealed in real time, names that will shock the world, politicians, billionaires, Hollywood. The grand jury on March 7th is not the beginning, it's the reveal. The reset, activation of the quantum financial system, gold-backed currency, the end of the Federal Reserve's 110-year stranglehold. NESARA is not a theory, it's an executive order waiting for a signature. Gold just hit 5,000 an ounce. Ask yourself why. The blackout protocol, when the EBS activates all regular programming, suspended for 72 hours. Military channels broadcast declassified evidence, documents, footage, confessions. Internet platforms under temporary military oversight to prevent deletion. Every American will see what the elites spent decades hiding. This is not martial law. This is disclosure. The storm that Trump promised in 2017, the calm before the storm, was never a metaphor. It was a countdown, and the clock just hit 0. When your phone lights up, don't panic. Watch, listen, share. The truth is finally here. Constitutional Republic of the United States. The re-inhabited Republic for the United States of America is the actual de jure government that our founding fathers gave us, and which was abandoned in 1871 when a corporation took over Washington, D.C., and eventually every level of government in the country. Join President Trump, help him take down the corrupt corporation and restore the Republic. Want to hold a seat in the Republic for the United States of America? Go to this link, members.republicfortheunitedstatesofamerica.org. And for more information and history on the Republic for the United States of America, go to republicfortheunitedstatesofamerica.org. Guru Information and Intel, Tuesday, March 3rd. Breaking 107 bombshell. Trump set to unleash emergency election reset as deep state traders face final reckoning in 2026. 107 on Telegram. 107 unleashed a fiery warning. The storm rages and the deep state trembles. Patriots have waited for justice on the election thieves, and now the hammer falls fast. Foreign powers, China, Venezuela, Cuba, Serbia, rigged 2020 and tried again in 2024, installing puppets and turning America into occupied territory. Trump signaled it loud during 2024 rallies. Flags with blacked out stars screaming to the awake, "You are under enemy control." Biden was China's operative, flipped in by globalist monsters through hacked servers and ballot floods. Grand juries hammered testimony now, targeting John Brennan first, the spearhead of the 2020 coup. Treason charges lock him away for good. No quick outs, no house arrest. Military justice awaits these sellouts. Prosecutions will avalanche, exposing the full conspiracy. Serbia servers cut off in a bold military strike hours before the 2024 vote, stopping the steal cold. Trump won decisively. The people feel it in their bones. Media floods hit pieces because the national emergency declaration nears. Trump's directive has sat ready since spring 2025. Corrupt systems block normal fixes. Legislatures frozen, courts bought, policing useless. Only military authority can secure elections. One-day vote, strict ID, 0 mail-in scams. Anything less gifts victory to traitors. Primaries stink already. Utah's Republican machine rigs hardest. Blocking patriots. Delay too long. In November offers rhinos versus demons. Insiders hint at full reset. Pause midterms, scrap tainted ballots, shift timelines to spring or later if crisis demands. Democrats crave 2/3 Congress to impeach Trump and mass arrest MAGA. They boast it. This is existential war. Quiet civil conflict turns hot unless patriots strike decisively. Spiritually, it ignites. Trump summons millions to D.C. May 17, 2026. National prayer and rededication to God. launching 49 days to July 4th, independence from Luciferian cabal, occult slaughter day rituals on November votes. British banks fueling the fight. 17 means victory. Q, Esther's reversal. Nuclear codes. Trump never yielded. He held the football through fake Biden years. Pelosi's grab flopped. Near-death crisis looms. Nuclear shadows. Cartel chaos. But Trump maneuvers for total reversal. Awakening must surge. Support climb high for this bold move. Brennan's fall and 2020 proof flood will wake normies to demand justice. Media shrieks dictator, but indictments don't lie. China flipped election, colluding traitors, rightful Trump victory all exposed. Patriots, this is it. Emergency reset saves the republic, not tyranny. Trump awaits the Army's resolve. Millions hit D.C. before, now dwarf it. The reclamation surges. Pray hard, stand firm. God wins. Israel is last. Monday, March 2nd. Israel's hidden objective is to destroy the Gulf states. Israel wants to hurt Iran and Qatar and UAE and Saudi and Bahrain and Oman and Kuwait, and they've succeeded. He says that their final step before controlling the entire region will be to remove U.S. troops. Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, Israel's security cabinet has been wiped out by an Iranian hypersonic missile. A direct hit with exact coordinates. Several top Israel generals dead. Iran announced they attacked Prime Minister Netanyahu's office and the residence of the Air Force commander. They suffered heavy losses, with Netanyahu. Tuesday, March 3rd, FBI Director Kash Patel, Deep State operative Erica Kirk, widow of TP USA founder Charlie Kirk, has been taken to federal court on alleged criminal ties to Jeffrey Epstein, Israeli Mossad, and child trafficking. Wars and rumors of wars. Monday, March 2nd. Obama literally created one of the worst terrorist groups in history by deploying the Brennan CIA to create ISIS, which splintered into a jihadist group in an attempt to overthrow Assad in a disastrous joint covert operation with the CIA, Saudi Arabia, which resulted in over 500,000 people killed and displacing over 10 million in the U.S. proxy war with Syria. All roads lead to Obama. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. Monday, March 2nd, we have a link breaking. Saudi official accuses United States of abandoning Saudi Arabia and redirecting air defense to protect Israel. Monday, March 2nd, massive Iranian lie exposed. USS Abraham Lincoln not hit by missiles. CENTCOM responds with fury. Iran lie. Monday, March 2nd, military report. Iran strikes 14 countries in one night. The war just went global. Monday, March 2nd, watch in full. President Trump provides an update on Operation Unfiltered footage straight from the front. Massive U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. Over 2,000 targets hit. Iranian regime crumbling. Hezbollah rockets flying. Strait of Hormuz. Crisis exploding. Deep state elites panicking. Tribunals at Gitmo ramping up while the world burns. Live military ops exposing the real players. High-profile arrests tied to the conflict. The final battle against global threats unfolding now.
Everyone, it's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So President Trump, a lot of people I see out there are saying that he's started World War III. I disagree with that. I think that he prevented World War III because Iran was going to be used by the deep state, the globalist, as a nuclear, control center and controlling the rest of the world. Of course, they were very close, I believe, and maybe even have, and we need to be aware of that, the possibility of doing nukes. So if you look at, just before we went to, combat action with Iran and with the help of Israel, where are the other countries, right? Maybe Saudi Arabia, I think, is going to get involved because they get bombed. Where's NATO? Where's NATO? How long have we helped NATO? And England won't even let us use their bases. All right. So I think NATO is not long for the world. I think we should definitely pull out of NATO. But if you look at, the possibility of Iran, taking their enriched uranium, I guess you need about 60% to create a dirty bomb. They have probably stored that throughout Iran. And you're going to see bombing campaigns over the next several weeks that will possibly and probably, target the potential of those, dirty bomb areas. Could they be, formulating that right now? Of course, we know that there's very brilliant, evil people out there that are probably helping Iran, and some of those are being brought in by the deep state. All right, so we're on a roll right now, but you need to be heads up that the potential for these nuclear type situations. You guys know that I remote viewed and saw a nuke that was dropped from a very high speed, meaning very, very high tech aircraft and bombing Tel Aviv. Could Iran drop one of those? We have to be aware of that's a possibility. So the bombing campaign will continue. So imagine if Iran, if we didn't have a President Trump, and Iran had gotten to the point where they had a nuke, they would have controlled the entire Middle East and probably Europe as well, and possibly could have hit places like Hawaii or maybe the West Coast, or who knows. So they were definitely working on missile systems, and they were close to that. I think that their missile systems are being decimated now. I guess they had hundreds of thousands of missiles that they sent to their puppets in Hamas and also in Hezbollah. So they're puppets that have been pushing for 47 years. The Marine barracks in Beirut, that was Iranian. How many others? I mean, I agree with Juan O'Savin, millions and probably maimed, many more than that. And, it's absolute evil. Now, I know that there was one bomb that supposedly hit a little girl's school, right? I've seen that on the internet. Now, do you really think that America would have purposely bombed a little girl's school? No, that was probably a missile or a drone that was intercepted by some kind of missile or something, and it fell and hit the little girl's school. So, there's going to be those that are very anti-Trump, anti-America, that are going to have their rhetoric that is basically negative, and they're going to lean in there as hard as they can. That's unfortunate, but that happens in every war. Happened in World War I, happened in World War II, happened in the Civil War. All right, so it'll continue. You just have to keep your sights on, the bigger picture. The bigger picture is that, this deep state apparatus is being decimated. The deep state apparatus in Mexico, where the U.S. military, helped Mexico, take down. Because remember, it was a couple months ago that the people of Mexico demonstrated in massive numbers in Mexico City to get rid of the, crazy, people that are there, running their country, illegally, So these crime syndicates that are in Mexico and so forth, there was one that was being run by Maduro, right? So Maduro was extracted, and now Venezuela is going to be very, very wealthy going forward, and they're already working on that. There probably going to be a lot of people that will start to speak out about how successful Venezuela is being. China's not very happy about that because they were getting their oil for next to nothing. Now they're going to have to pay regular price, all right, that everybody else does. So that's going to hurt their industry. And that's also going to, as we're already seeing, a lot of the manufacturing that was in China is coming back to America. All right, America is going to be unbelievably great again. Made in America is going to come back again. It's going to be fantastic. So, China's not going to like that. And China has been doing all that it could, over the years, with the help of the British Empire, to send us drugs through almost every one of the last wars that we've been in, from Korea and Vietnam, and more recently Afghanistan. China was involved in all those, absolutely. And then we have the fentanyl. All the chemicals for fentanyl are still being made in China, right? So this is something that, we're going to have to deal with China at some point, but I think that's what's happening. Greenland, basically, starting to pressure China, going into Iran, starting to pressure China, and Venezuela pressuring China. So the tariffs pressuring China. Of course, we have, elements obviously within the Supreme Court that want to help China, because China has invaded our political and judicial system on a massive scale. Massive, right? So that has to be exposed, turned around, and so forth. Military tribunals are going to clean that up quite a bit.
Tuesday, March 3rd, emergency protocol initiated. Trump and Space Force are ready to activate the EBS as Iran collapses. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Every phone and TV will be overridden. Shocking confessions and classified arrest footage set for release. Syria was next in the military cleanse. Patriots, the storm is here and it's biblical. Leaked intel straight from Cheyenne Mountain, and Peterson Space Force Base confirms it. President Trump has greenlit the final phase. With Operation Epic Fury crushing the Iranian regime, Ayatollah Khomeini already taken out in precision CENTCOM strikes. The emergency broadcast system is locked and loaded for immediate activation. This isn't a drill. Space Force satellites are primed to seize total control. Every TV, radio, cell phone, and internet device worldwide will be overridden in one massive military takedown. No escape, no mainstream media spin. Just raw truth blasting into every home. Trump signed Executive Order 2026-47 weeks ago, authorizing this nuclear-level override for national security. Triple authentication from Trump himself. General Dan Kane and Space Force Commander General Chance Saltzman is all that's needed to flip the switch. The EBS will unleash pre-recorded bombshells, exposing the globalist cabal's treason, dark financial trails leading straight to Soros, Rothschild banks, Gates Foundation, bioweapon labs, and Vatican slush funds. Captured Iranian generals have already cracked under military tribunals, spilling everything on Assad's secret facilities and how deep state puppets funneled billions through Swiss accounts to fuel endless proxy wars. Iran falls in 4 weeks or less. Trump confirmed it himself. It'll take 4 weeks or less. Full lock-in now. The regime is crumbling fast. Key figures eliminated, nuclear dreams obliterated, and Syria, it's next. Operation Silent Storm is staging right now. Delta Force and Marine units in Jordan ready to storm Damascus and wipe out Assad's Iranian-backed terror hubs. No more bioweapons, no more child trafficking networks, hidden in underground bases. The White Hats have purged 23 flag officers, thwarted CIA sabotage plots, and seized assets to fund the whole reset. This is the Great Awakening in real time. The EBS will drop live arrest footage, forced confessions from high-level traitors, and undeniable proof that the deep state planned to enslave humanity forever. Obama-era operatives like Evelyn Farkas, already tribunaled and gone. 7 CIA saboteurs arrested mid-plot. Quantum-resistant DARPA encryption ensures nothing stops the broadcast. Not blackouts, not hacks, not even their last desperate EMP attempts. QAnons hold the line. The military is in full control. The elites are panicking as their proxy empires collapse. Iran was just the start. Syria seals the Middle East cleanse. Then the floodgates open globally. EU terror financing exposed. Endless wars ended. Trillions clawed back for the people. Trump leads from Mar-a-Lago, Raven Rock, switch flipped. Mobile units in every state. The final reset is imminent. Freedom, prosperity, and justice for all who fought in the shadows. The deep state thought they could hide forever. They were wrong. The storm has arrived, and it's taking no prisoners. Where we go, one, we go all. Stay vigilant, patriots. The broadcast changes everything. What we think we know as of Wednesday, March 4th. Tuesday, March 3rd, in 2008, the FBI received rumors that Barry Soetoro, aka Barack Obama, codename Renegade, was a high-level asset who worked with several intelligence agencies at the same time. Saudi Intelligence Service, CIA, and is a political asset in Chicago, Illinois. His mission was to destroy the United States from within. FBI agent John D'Souza. Tuesday, March 3rd, we have a link. Live fire. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is spitting fire right now. Full statement just shook the world. Monday, March 2nd. Boom. RFK Jr. exposes the lie. They had to destroy ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. Ivermectin, a drug that saved billions. Monday, March 2nd, footage from 1963 captured Secret Service agents being told to stand down right before JFK's assassination, causing visible confusion among them. Tuesday, March 3rd, hearing confirms American taxpayers are funding all the following foreign terrorist organizations: Taliban, Shabab in Somalia, Hamza Network, Sudan, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Gaza, Hezbollah, Lebanon, Gatayyib al-Hezbollah, Iran, Hayat al-Qadar, Syria.
Austin, extreme alert. Tampa, Florida, critical priority. This is the map that has been circulating around social media, giving us updated information as of March 2026. Sleeper cells in America, locations of concern based on 2024-2026 indictments, FBI, JTTF investigations, and DHS Homeland Threat assessments. You can see here in red the ones that are saying to be on the lookout right now. You also have on the East Coast, Miami and Tampa, Florida, Washington, D.C., North Virginia, Newark, Patterson, Boston, New York City, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Chicago, Minneapolis, on the West Coast, San Jose, Silicon Valley, Los Angeles, Irvine, San Diego. These are the ones that are of major concern right now. Threat summary for the region as of March 2026. Florida areas, Southwest, West Coast, Northeast. Note, sleeper may also include some cyber operatives as well. Criminal proxies and unregistered agents in those cities. Now, these are not all the cities. These are just the ones that are high priority at this time, as the FBI is saying to be on high alert.
It's the 4th of March, 2026. And this is just a little reminder to me to be clear about what I say. Because I told you that one of the largest banks in China collapsed last week, the Yangtze Bank. And of course, one of the insiders said, "There's no such bank as the Yangtze Bank, Charlie." And he was spelling it Yangtze. And you're absolutely correct. There is not a bank called the Yangtze Bank spelt like that. That's probably how the Americans would spell it. But the Chinese spell it what? Jiangxi. That's how they spell Yangtze. Now, because I've worked with China for 40 years, I would know that, and I'm privileged to know that. So be very careful. When I say something like that, maybe I need to spell it out more often so that we don't go down the wrong track. Because somebody came back and said, "You're talking absolute rubbish. There is no such bank." Well, there is a bank, but it's just the spelling. Now we've dealt with that. What's happening with the banking world right now is collapse. I predicted it. I knew about it 4 or 5 years ago that they were all going to collapse. When you get a bank of that size that collapse in China, it has a massive effect, not just in China, but worldwide. And we're going to see banks around the world we're still in limbo with the Bank of England, who are fighting with the Bank of International Settlements to stay alive. But nobody's talking about it. Because if they talked about it, there would be civil war in the UK. They're fairly fortunate in the UK, because if there was a civil war there, half the army would turn up with their poodles, with their pig hair and big earrings. Just saying. There's not so many men left there, but thank God with the men that are left there, they are standing up and fighting. But there's not enough for a civil war. When it comes to gold and silver, this is a warning. Secretly, without anybody knowing, they're passing legislation in America that allows the government to take your gold and silver. They can only take it if you tell them you've got it. My personal recommendation at this moment in time is you don't tell them anything, because you're dealing with corrupt governments worldwide, and they will steal it from you. This is where you need to be wise. I had this conversation earlier with Drew. My parents, my grandparents, during the war, buried their gold and silver. Some of our family members remembered where they buried it. Some of them didn't. So I'd recommend that you know where you bury it when you bury it. But if they ask you if you've got anything, no. Because they will try and strip you of all of your wealth, all of your power, so that they can control you. And with no money, no gold and no silver, you're easy to control. This is a very, very important time in your life where you need to learn how to manage your own financial affairs. Do not depend on the government. Do not depend on the banks. Depend on God. That's the only way forward and the only safe way forward.
On Tuesday, March 3rd, former FBI agent John D'Souza tried to warn us about the real identity of Barack Obama. 17th letter on Telegram. 2008, something unbelievable happened for us in the FBI. We were getting lots of rumors about this high-level asset that worked with several intelligence agencies at the same time. He worked for the Saudi Intelligence Service, he worked for the CIA, and he was being developed as a political asset in Chicago, Illinois. It's this individual, whose name I don't like to say, who became President of the United States. One of his code names is Renegade. His real name was Barry Soetoro. His mission was to destroy the United States from within.
It's part of the show. It is a specifically targeted activity to drag the Middle East and Europe and NATO. That's the area they're trying to sort out. Will kinetic action be taken? Potentially. Will it be a major part of what's going on? No. Will there be a scare to terrify people into possibly World War III? Yes, I think so. Is there a real chance of World War III? No. Once again, it's all part of the show. It's what we must remember throughout all this is not to save the United States. This is a global war. This is to save the planet. Unless the planet is saved, because it's not just about sovereign states and the deep state. And again, down the track, people start to understand the genuine breadth and depth of it. This is a war to save the entire planet, and so the entire planet has to play a role. The entire planet has to be engaged. The entire planet, everybody on the planet, to the extent possible, has to get to this stage where they understand that what they've been taught is wrong. So, again, it seems like I sort of drift away from the question, but I'm not. I'm on the question. This has a specific set of objectives for the Middle East and Europe, particularly NATO, Ukraine, that whole nonsense over there, Russia. It has little of real immediacy to any country outside of the area, but apparently does, because it's going to be the course of World War III, which is nonsense. But I'm not worried about it. I have no concerns. But the results of the activities there will certainly shake up that region.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, President Trump has activated the final stages of the plan to save the world while declaring 92% of Biden executive orders and documents null and void due to illegal AutoPen usage. The global military alliance White Hats have taken charge of the worldwide communication system, TV, radio, internet, plus taken control of Iran airspace. U.S., Israel, Iran in war. Iraq in blackout. China, North Korea threaten to invade U.S. Expect worldwide EBS alerts, blackouts, 10 days of darkness, lockdowns. Stock up on food, water, cash, essentials for yourself and others. Why? Cabal central banks were broken closing around the world. Gold-backed global currency reset of 209 nations was in progress taking over the old cabal SWIFT fiat currency system, but there's going to be a short time where ATMs and banks will be closed during the transition. For centuries the Vatican Jesuits have not only been in charge of our global financial system, but have run an international satanic network embedded used to blackmail politicians and keep control of government activities. Wednesday, March 4, 2026 CBS activation after Iran, Syria next, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. According to circulating online reports and alleged leaked military documents, preparations have been completed for a potential activation of the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, following the conclusion of the current operation in Iran. These sources claim the system would be triggered immediately after the final phase of Operation Epic Fury. The narrative states that the EBS would function as a full communications override mechanism, capable of simultaneously interrupting television, radio, mobile phones, and internet-connected devices. It is described as operating through hardened satellite networks coordinated with Space Force infrastructure, allowing a nationwide broadcast under direct presidential authority. The first transmission, according to these claims, would announce the completion of the Iran operation and introduce a new phase referred to as Operation Silent Storm, allegedly targeting Syria. Reports describe coordinated military positioning, staged units in the region, and preparations for expanded operations. The narrative further outlines a structured activation protocol involving high-level military authentication and secure command facilities. It also claims that the broadcast would include declassified intelligence, recorded confessions, and footage related to ongoing military actions. Additional elements of the story suggest that the system has undergone technological upgrades in recent years, integrating advanced encryption and satellite control systems designed to prevent interference or sabotage. The broader objective, as presented in these reports, is described as a large-scale institutional reset tied to military operations in the Middle East. At present, there has been no official confirmation of an imminent EBS activation or of the specific operations described. The situation in the region remains fluid, and any expansion beyond current military activity would represent a significant geopolitical development. As always, developments of this scale require official verification. For now, these reports remain unconfirmed but continue to circulate widely across alternative media platforms. Wednesday 4th of March evening 2026, global alert, phase shift imminent. Multiple sources confirm the final sequence has been activated, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Military White Hats plus Space Force assets now in full control of global comms grid. Starlink constellation equals locked and loaded for the truth drop. Mainstream satellites offline within hours. Legacy media towers silenced. The 10 days of darkness window is opening. Not metaphor. Literal. Power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones, cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during mass arrest round 3. QFS sync complete on Tier 1 levels. Gold-backed accounts flipping live as we speak. The old fiat beast is bleeding out. Final breath Trump era just is rolling out hard. Names you've waited years to see in chains. They're already processed. Gitmo lights are on 24/7. Military tribunals accelerating. God is in control. This is biblical level reckoning. The wicked shall fall. The righteous shall rise. Prepare your spirit. Stock water, food, candles, batteries, faith. Stay off regular phones when blackouts hit. Use backup comms if you have them. The Great Awakening is not a theory, it is now history in the making. WWG1 forever. How ready is your household for 10 days? The light is about to break through the darkest night. Stand strong. Trust the plan. See Global Currency Reset, Wednesday, March 4, 2026. Iraq is in a full blackout nationwide. Cause unknown. Stephanie Starr on X, police light emoji. Iraq is in full blackout nationwide. Police light emoji. Be aware Iraq is experiencing a full-blown nationwide blackout. Cause is currently unknown. Makes me think of Kuwait right before they revalued their currency. Wednesday, March 4, 2026. The Federal Reserve has been experiencing a real-time service disruption since 5:30 p.m. ET today, Wednesday, March 4, 2026, causing delivery delays for Fed ACH services that process U.S. ACH payments. Wednesday, March 4, 2026. U.S. debt clock signal, gold, silver revaluation and the fall of central bank control by the City of London, system reset. Monday, February 23, 2026, bombshell. U.S. debt clock goes nuclear. Jerome Powell and the Fed busted in infinite money Ponzi operation bleeding America dry. Judy note, it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Iran war. Wednesday, March 4, 2026. Iran straight up admitted they're sitting on 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium. They know that's enough for 11 nuclear bombs. They said it with zero shame. Let that sink in. And Democrats still want to play nice. President Trump saw the threat and acted. No hesitation. No weakness. America first means you don't wait for a mushroom cloud. He did what a real commander-in-chief does. Protect the homeland. End of story. Wednesday, March 4, 2026. Breaking special report. SecWar Pete Hegseth confirms U.S. and IDF have achieved full, uncontested control of Iranian airspace. March 4, 2026. Wednesday, March 4, 2026. Fox News. President Trump confirms 9,000 American citizens have safely returned to the United States from the Middle East since the launch of Operation Epic Fury. News. March 3, 2026. Breaking. The White House just released the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury. This is not a war. It's a major combat operation. Wednesday, March 4, 2026. USS Gerald Ford goes dark. One of America's most powerful warships disappears from public tracking. The USS Gerald R. Ford, the most advanced aircraft carrier on Earth, is no longer visible on open-source tracking systems. When carriers go silent, it usually means one thing: operational mode. A nuclear-powered supercarrier does not need to broadcast its position. It moves when and where it chooses, with overwhelming force behind it. If the Ford Strike Group is repositioning for combat operations, the strategic message is unmistakable. The world's most powerful navy is preparing. Watch closely. Nizar and Jazara secrets on Telegram. News. March 3, 2026. Breaking. IDF strikes Iranian leadership HQ during Supreme Leader selection. What's left of the regime just got hit. News. March 3, 2026. Breaking. Trump orders U.S. Navy to escort oil tankers through Strait of Hormuz. Energy war begins. Wednesday, March 4, 2026. Breaking. President Trump reveals countless Iranian regime leaders are now desperately calling, begging to surrender and lay down their weapons. Boom. All according to plan. A lot of people are coming forward. A lot of people you'd least suspect want to quit and want immunity. At some point, they're probably going to drop and lay down their weapons. In the meantime, we go forward. Guru Information and Intel. Wednesday, March 4, 2026. 107 Trump breaking news. Pray for our military. 107 dropped massive intel bombshells in his latest drop, signaling the storm is raging full force against the deep state cabal. As spring blooms across America, patriots sense the shift. Trump's master plan accelerates, dismantling rogue regimes one by one while protecting the homeland. Trump refused to send endless American boots on the ground, empowering the Iranian people to reclaim their nation. Weapons already flow to resistance fighters, arming thousands to seize destiny. The Supreme Leader's grip weakens daily. Reports surge of massive internal strikes soaring past 75,000 since early this year. The Persian people, with their rich heritage and exiled business geniuses ready to rebuild oil fields and stability, stand poised for liberation. No more bowing to globalist puppets. Pray for those brave souls rising up. The White Hats back them fully. The cabal panics as Iran flips from enemy to potential ally. Cuba heats up next. Trump negotiates regime change from within, offering sanctions relief for real freedom and cutting ties to communist vote-rigging networks. Rogue elements sabotaged a small boat op meant to spark chaos, furious because Trump talks deals instead of invasion. Cuba's tentacles in Venezuela's vote fraud and Maduro's security exposed. 71 nations plus America suffered stolen elections backed by Cuban manipulation, Chinese printed ballots, and globalist machines. Trump offers the Cuban people a path out of captivity, not more war. Smarter than Zelensky or Maduro, Havana's leaders could choose freedom, or face the consequences. The deep state hates this mercy because it starves their chaos machine. Venezuela already saw justice. Maduro captured in stunning Operation Absolute Resolve, airstrikes and special forces ending narco-terror overnight. Trump pieces off the globalist chessboard, Venezuela, Iran, soon Cuba and Mexico, no more distractions from domestic cleanup. The ping-pong game ends, America stops chasing tails while China, Britain, and globalists pull strings. At home, fraud exposure explodes. Bond schemes launder trillions. Arkansas-style development bonds funneled Black Ops cash through Wall Street, zero repayments, 15% flat fees cleaner than IRS hits. Obama purged bond examiners from IRS, Fed, everywhere, now catastrophic vulnerabilities loom. Insiders warn, 5 days or 5 years, but when it blows, it's biblical. Trump's team overwhelmed by fraud scale everywhere, yet momentum builds. Tina Peters remains a political hostage in Colorado, her courage unbreakable, but pressure mounts to free her and expose Polis ties to the bond racket. The March 25 conclave gathers real warriors exposing financial trees and funding the swamp, no feel-good speeches, just actionable intel to dismantle it. Silver surges as Trump's tariffs and mining negotiations lock in floors way above current levels, analysts eye $135 to $309 per ounce in 2026, tripling or quadrupling today's price. Patriots stock up. It's the hedge against collapsing fiat empires. Pray hard for our military, the true warriors executing this takedown. Trump's emergency resets loom, traitors face reckoning. The deep state crumbles, giants fall. Gitmo expands massively. 10 days of darkness may trigger full transition. Stay vigilant, Annans, the best is coming faster than ever. Trump leads, we win. Wednesday, March 4, 2026. Juan 07, Bopalny and David Nino Rodriguez. March 4, 2026. All hell is about to lose. Biblical storm unleashed. Scales flipping now. Juan 07 on Telegram. Patriots, the storm rages full force. U.S. and Israeli strikes have obliterated Iran's regime. Supreme Leader Khamenei eliminated. Over 1,000 targets hammered in Tehran and beyond. Iranian people flood streets in joyous celebration, finally freed from decades of tyranny. Regime retaliates with missiles on Gulf allies, drones hitting U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, Hezbollah pounded in Lebanon. Trump's red line holds, no nuclear Iran, no more proxy terror. Deep state tools collapse as prophecy ignites in real time. Terror cells activate stateside, 2 mass shootings in one night scream jihad. Austin, Texas bar attack, shooter in property of Alagear, wounds 14 before heroes drop him. Cincinnati music venue spray leaves 9 injured. Sleeper cells rise, unvetted millions from open borders now unleashed. FBI scrambles, but patriots see the retaliation. Head on a swivel, more strikes imminent as dying regime lashes out. Bopalny unleashes truth, epic biblical era peaks. Total blood moon March 3, 2026 aligns with Purim, 3rd consecutive heavenly sign, a trinity unseen in history. Luke's warnings of sun, moon, stars before the great and terrible day unfold. Book of Esther echoes, Haman's genocide plot flipped in 24 hours, wicked hanged on own gallows. Scales flip again. Doom setup becomes God's sudden victory. Millions gone, morgues overflowing, in one day. 3M strike as death angel sweeps, wheat separated from tares. Psalms 37, wicked vanish, no bodies. Planes crash, cars lock, global airspace shuts. Stay put when it hits. Crucifixion parallel. 3 days later resurrection flipped history, granting believers authority to crush serpents. Passover nears, resurrection power surges. Trump, David type, whips deep state money changers, reinstates gold standard, destroys Fed enslavers. Iran, cartels, Venezuela, proxies fall. Protect wealth, 401ks evaporate, gold endures. 107 confirms, not Israel puppetry, including U.S. Marines. Iran's 400,000 proxy missiles shattered. Trump arms Saudi/Qatar with U.S. systems for decades, binding them to American will. Ends perpetual war fraud, brings conflict ahead. China proxies crumble, collision accelerates, but Trump castrates World War III. Alien card incoming, deep state screams demons as ETs to explain vanishings, hiding God's hand. Great and terrible day nears, Joel 2:31 eclipse then blood moon fulfilled. Windows, March 19th to 20th, God's New Year, patterns to resurrection April 5th. Time compresses, sudden flip. Wealth transfer to righteous follows. Angel targets Nephilim, spares faithful. Bodies in streets. Yes, then victory. Arrests loom, high-profile treason in 3 to 8 weeks, media liars exposed. QAnons, this is the climax, evil crumbles, light erupts. Prepare, hold the line. God wins bigly, Nizara/Jazara flood incoming as wicked fall forever. I served in the United States Border Patrol for 24 years until I retired as a deputy patrol agent charged in San Diego sector. I worked under 5 presidential administrations, and only one president secured the border, President Donald Trump. Border Patrol agents went from working and being supported by the greatest border president in American history,